Hello and welcome to match number 10 of the 𝗂𝗚 Islami Bank presents NCL T20 2024-25 powered by Walton. We are here at the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium, a match between the home side Sylhet Division and Rangpur Division. Take a look at the fixture for the day. 𝗃𝗃𝗃 has already won their game by 10 wickets, while Dhaka Metro 2 have won by 6 runs at the outer ground. The match coming up here at the main stadium is between Sylhet and Rangpur, while Rajshahi and Borishal take on each other at the outer ground in the second game today. We take a look at the points table after 9 matches. Dhaka Metro are on top with 6 points. Rangpur are number 2 with 4, alongside 𝗃𝗃𝗃 who are at 4 points too. Rajshahi, Dhaka, Khulna are at 2 points each, but Sylhet and Borishal are yet to win any matches. We will now head to the toss with 𝗬𝗂𝗧.
It's toss time of this 𝗂𝗚 Islami Bank NCL T20 powered by Walton between Rangpur and Sylhet Division. I've got the two captains, 𝗂𝗂𝗧 Rabbi, 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗃, match referee and former Bangladesh all-rounder 𝗬𝗏 𝗂𝗃. Who's got the coin? Rabbi, if you please flip it.
Tail.
Tail is the call.
Tail.
This is tail.
It's a tail. Akbar, what have you decided and why?
We are going to bowl first. We just want to have a target in our front, so that's why we're chasing.
Obviously, you got the momentum winning the first 2 matches. Any areas you want to work on in this third game?
Of course, there is some room for improvement. Of course, from last game, we want to improve on our batting and on the fielding. And as a bowling unit, we are doing well. We just want to keep them going.
Any changes in the playing 11?
Yeah, we have one change. Sakline have been rested and Robiul comes in.
Thank you very much and all the best. Rabbi, you would have bowled first as well?
Yes, obviously.
And what do you make of the surface? We have seen Dhaka being bundled out for just 63. So what are the takeaway batting first?
But I think now this pitch will be good, I think, because of they chase it very easily. So I think it will be helpful for us.
Any changes in the playing 11?
We have 2 changes. Nabil Samadbhai is playing and Javed is playing.
Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you.
Right, so the news from the center is that Rangpur have won the toss and they have decided to bowl first.
Thank you, 𝗂𝗧. With the toss result there, Rangpur deciding to bowl first. Here's the lineup: Akbar Ali, Rabiul Haq, Mohammad Rizwan, Mohammad Namul, Mukhidul, Arif, Naeem, Abdullah, Tanbir, Ariful and Alauddin Babu, while Sylhet are led by Mahfuzur Rahman Rabbi, Ibadat, Rahatul Javed, Tawfiq Tushar, Jishan, Amit, the wicketkeeper, Abdullah Galib, Tufail, Nabil, Samad, Syed Ahmed and Abu Jaed. A few members of the crowd there. There is a bit of a turnout on this weekend here at the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium as we await the 2 teams to play out the second match of the day. The weather is warmer than it was earlier in the day when 𝗃𝗃𝗃 beat Dhaka Division by 10 wickets in a very quick finish. Members of the crowd are quite happy to be on camera. There is still a nip in the air as I bring on my co-commentator Ahmed bin Parvez. Good afternoon, Parvez.
Good afternoon. Afternoon to everyone who has joined us here. The crowd is happy, anticipating a much better competition between the 2 sides, contrasting starts to their campaigns. Having a look at a portion of the crowd as well. Good to see. Tournament gradually growing in stature. The attention of the people towards this domestic T20 tournament also increasing. The 2 batters that will start off for Sylhet right now under the umbrellas, but these 2 have been very explosive. Although they've actually clicked in different games. Tawfiq Khan Tushar played a massive knock in the second match. Jishan scored the only 100 of this tournament so far. So they're yet to click together. Maybe that's something that Sylhet would want to make right once they come out to bat.
Definitely, they would want Zishan Alam and Tawfiq Khan Tushar to click together, much like how Tamim Iqbal and Mahmood Hassan Joy did earlier in the day at this venue while chasing that short total. Different proposition for Tushar and Zishan. They are from the home side. They will get a bit of support as we look at the Rangpur side walking out on with their green jersey. It is a bit of a clash of colors. Parvez, who noticed it earlier than all of us. Is it as bad as it is in a football ground, Parvez?
I think there is a difference here. In terms of football, both teams, 22 players at the same frame. That must create an issue, which is why there is this option of home and away jerseys or a third kit for that. 2 umpires alongside 4th official heading out, Mahfuzur Rahman Litu and Mohammad Nazmul Hassan Sharkar. Rangpur out as well, as are the 2 batters for Sylhet. On the left of the screen, Tushar, Tawfiq Khan Tushar. On the right, Zishan.
Yes, the TV umpire for this game is Muhammad Kamruzzaman. And the match referee, Ehsanul Haq Sizan, who used to open the batting for Bangladesh, was a very useful cricketer. We see Zishan Alam, who lit up the opening day at the main stadium here in Sylhet with his century. The only century of the tournament so far. A very exciting prospect, originally from Narayanganj. His father, Jahangir Alam, used to be known as Tiger Jahangir. He was a wicketkeeper batter for Bangladesh. And we see Tawfiq Tushar having scored 105 runs in this tournament. 8 sixes already, and look at that strike rate. 198.11 with the best of 76 in these 2 matches. Muqeedul Islam Mugdho, the bearded fast bowler from Rangpur, who makes up a good bowling attack for Rangpur, who defeated Dhaka in the previous game. Here we look at Zishan Alam, who scored at 100 and a duck, 4 fours and 10 sixes. Zishan Alam, the son of Jahangir Alam, the former Bangladesh wicketkeeper batter. He was also an attacking batter, so like father, like son. Here is Muqeedul Mugdho. It's a false start for the fast bowler, as Nazmul Hassan, the umpire today, signals a dead ball. Rangpur has a pretty good pace attack. Chaudhary Mohammad Rizwan taking 4 wickets in the previous game. Muqeedul Mugdho also bowled quite well. And they also have Alauddin Babu in the attack. Goes for a wide one, signaled a wide. That's how the Sylhet's scoring will start, with a wide.
Speaking of fast bowling attacks, pre-tournament, Sylhet seemed to have one of the best fast bowling attacks, but they haven't clicked in the 2 matches. They've been very expensive, so that is something they'll want to make right. But right now, it's all on to Tawfiq and Zishan to give them a start. Both of the batters topping the charts for the highest runs scored in this tournament so far.
Fine delivery from Mugdho, moving away from Zishan Alam. Zishan Alam fell for a first ball duck in the previous game against Chattogram when Hassan Murad trapped him leg before. He was playing a slog sweep, a very poor shot, to be honest, given how Hassan Murad, and he knows what Hassan Murad is all about, a very accurate bowler. So that was an innings that he missed out on. Goes for it. That's how Zhishan operates.
Beaten by swing and pace. 𝗏𝗧𝗏 trying to get the kitchen sink at it. It's coming in over the wicket. There already is some air swing, and then off the wicket, the ball moves away even more. 𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏 in good touch. One of the top wicket takers in the tournament with 5.
Plays a more conventional shot, Zhishan, but no runs for him. Yes, 𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏. He has been impressive for a while in domestic cricket. Hasn't broken through into the top echelons of Bangladesh cricket. But he's not too far away, and he makes up that, and he's part of that pace bowling revolution in Bangladesh currently. That's an excellent ball, tucking the batter, who can only get away with a single at mid-wicket.
Single, and Tawfiq Khan Tushar is off the mark. Still hasn't brought out the kind of strike rate that he had throughout the tournament so far, batting at nearly 200 strike rate. Zhishan following similar suit. Both these batters dangerous within the power play. Can play over the top. 𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏 will be mindful of that. We haven't seen him pitch the ball up for the batters yet.
Play and a miss to start off with Zhishan. Alam, I apologize. I was thinking that he was on strike, but it was Tawfiq Tushar who was flailing at every ball for 4 deliveries. Yes, both batters are attackers, and they're taking on a bowler, Muqidul Islam Mugdha, who has the ability to bring the ball back in, and as we just saw, bowl that out swinger. He's an excellent bowler in domestic cricket. Sliding down the leg side, probably hit him on his pads. End of the over. It's 2 for Nola Sylhet.
Little bit. Halka. Yeah, perfect.
Rabiul Haq takes up the bowling from the Al-Arafa Islami Bank end to bowl the second over of the innings for Rangpur. The name Rangpur should be familiar to fans around the world. Rangpur Riders won the Global Super League recently. Up in the air. There was a chance right away as Tawfiq tried to play that ball on the up from Rabiul.
Still a tad tentative there. Tawfiq trying to remain positive. Again, that hard length, you can see, tries to play on the up, almost reaching hands of the fielder at cover.
Goes for it this time, high in the air, and that goes for 4 through third man. Umpire Litu signals a boundary. Tawfiq Tushar is up and running.
That was a risky shot, nonetheless went for it. Third man was quite square, one bounce off to the ropes, and it was very good to hear the cheer from the crowd. They are supporting the home team here, Sylhet. would look to make a good start here. They've posted over 200, although it was a day game. That was the opener of the Al Arafa Islami Bank NCL T20I powered by Walton.
Plays it away on the onside for a quick single. That shot was on, I felt. Parvez. They are going to go for every ball. Tushar and Jishan. Tawfiq Khan Tushar having scored 76 in the previous game against Chattogram for a losing cause, but he does go for that slog over mid-wicket early on. Trusts the bounce of the wicket. This time though he top-edged it and was safe for a boundary. And with the full knowledge that with the third man fielder slightly wide, they can take their chance playing those shots against the new ball. This time it's Jishan who goes over the top, over mid-on for his first boundary as he gets off the mark.
Hits it quite in front of square. That pull shot had enough elevation on it to go over the mid-on fielder. It was short, was up for it, went for the pull, not out of the middle of the bat. The outfield is lightning fast here. An easy boundary for Jishan in the end. Interesting to see if Robiul will adjust his length from here on.
Big appeal. No, not out from the umpire. Jishan, seeing that ball sliding towards his leg stump, went for a big one. Missed out completely.
Was a very good delivery. Slightly moving down leg, it seems. Went for that pickup shot, Jishan. We've seen him play this in the previous game. Looked pretty close. Thus exciting the bowler and the keeper. It's a good battle between Robiul and Jishan right now.
This time it goes downtown and a 4. Deliberately drop kicking that one through mid-off, and that one goes for 4. It's 15 for no loss after 2 overs for Sylhet. Jishan Alam, last ball of the previous over, not a short ball at all. As Robiul tried to bowl a hard length, but he went straight. That's a handsome shot. Tawfiq Tushar goes after that one from Mugdho. First ball of the third over. 3 fours in the previous over. Parvez?
Yes, and if you look at how Mugdho's bowling from the Walton end, seems to get a bit more bounce out of it. This end favoring bounce for the faster bowlers. He's been bowling at a very good channel as well, just peppering it one of the 4th, 5th stump corridors, swinging it out.
Plays that cut shot, the fielder can't get to it. And that's another boundary for Tawfiq Khan Tushar. An excellent square cut.
Very nice balance shown there. Waited for it, played it right under his eyes. Point fielder maybe could have done a better job there. It was smashed really hard. Went for it. Boundary count goes on for Tawfiq, his second boundary in this innings.
Again goes for that one. Slightly wide. Mugdho trying to get away from the batter. Hugs that line that the umpire is using as a guide for the wide on the offside. Playing with that line, but gets away with it. Mugdho having to bowl a defensive line here because of the way Tawfiq, Tushar and Zishan Alam have been attacking. Better delivery, but still gets a single.
Yeah, let's looking at the field setup for Mukidul Mugdho. You can see the fine leg inside the circle, square leg back, third man as well, flare at the third. But interestingly, he keeps on bowling the hard length around the 6-meter mark, not giving the batters a lot to drive, beating them outside the off stump on quite a few occasions.
Zishan goes hard at it. It was out of his reach. Smart thinking from Mukidul, and now Zishan corrects himself. The umpire signals it's one bouncer for the over.
You need to trust your skills here, Mukidul. He knows he's got that pace, he's getting that carry, that excites him. Again going for the short stuff. The ball almost explodes off the pitch, beating Zishan for pace. He's made a very good start here, Mukidul Mugdho, although he doesn't have a wicket.
Nicely timed shot towards point, a misfield by Chaudhry Rizwan, and they get that single. End of the over. Sylhet at 21 for no loss after 3 overs. With the Sylhet card, just started the innings, 3 overs for 21 runs. Tawfiq Tushar run a ball 11, Zishan Alam 9 of 7 balls. They have Mahfuzur Rabbi coming up, Amit Hassan, Abdullah Ghalib, Tufail Ahmed, Saeed Ahmed, Abu Jaid, Nabil Samad, Ibadat Hussain, Rahatul Javed, the off spinner, also coming into the side. Spin from the 𝗚𝗚 Islami Bank end, a change of bowling. Oh, that's a good ball to start off with. An appeal as the umpire goes to the third umpire for a call on that stumping affected by Akbar Ali.
Check for overstepping. It's perfectly fine. It's a legal ball. The interesting part would be on the other end there, Zishan. Big stride in. Yes, he left the crease. Akbar Ali is a clever keeper there. Dislodges the bails. Looks like part of Zishan's back foot is safely landed within, but the umpire will need to take a closer look. Each and every decision having a huge impact on the game. Again, came out, went back in quickly, I think. Okay. Paused on this frame, but we'll have a look at the giant screen. Decision pending, and it's not out. Zishan survives, much to the delight of the Sylhet crowd out here. But it was a good start from Arif Ahmed nonetheless. He got turn almost instantly.
There's a good delivery from the left arm spinner, dipping that one around his off stump and then leaving the batter, Arif Ahmed. Similar sort of delivery, forcing the batter to plant his front foot and play the defensive shot. Zishan Alam, a very exciting young batter, on strike. He goes over mid-on this time, but he doesn't have enough legs as the fielder retrieves it and they run the second. Intentions against pace and spin are clear.
Took a bit of a risk. Mid-on was up in the circle, went against the turn, which is brave from him. Did not get it cleanly. Usually when he gets it cleanly, clears the boundary ropes.
Goes for it again, this time over mid-on, and this time a harder hit as it goes to the boundary for his third four in this innings.
Yes, the sirens are ringing, the DJ is playing his song, and Jishan giving the Sylhet crowd some entertainment. A couple of bounces, and off he goes.
Another good delivery to come back into this over. Arif started off well with 2 dot balls, but then went for 6 runs of 2 balls, including a boundary. And Jishan Alam has completely changed the complexion of this ground. And maybe this is one of his favorite grounds. He scored 100 here already. Very good ball from Arif to round up that over. Just the 6 runs from it. It's 27 for no loss after 4 overs, Sylhet. The last ball of that previous over from Arif Ahmed was a beautiful delivery, spun out. Jishan Alam appreciating it and then chiding himself lightly for probably going at that ball as Rangpur brings on Alauddin Babu into the deck from the Walton end. Tawfiq Tushar made a bit of room for himself, runs through for that single.
Another star performer for Rangpur. Alauddin Babu was player of the match in one of the 2 that they've won. Has been pretty effective with both ball and bat. 3 wickets so far in this tournament with the best of 2 for 9 from 4 overs. Got the massive wickets of Tamim Iqbal and Mominul Haq playing against Chattogram. Jishan on strike. This will be interesting. He just has 1 gear. Fielders at the backward square and long on.
Clever batting. Doesn't take a chance early because that long on fielder is back, and that's where Jishan likes to hit. It's over long on, over mid on and over mid off. And not having read the pitch probably completely, Jishan now batting on 16 or 14 balls. He's going to hold it back for a little while. Especially Parvez, when you have a bowler of Alauddin Babu's experience and caliber in this domestic level. Goes for it, Chaudhary goes for it. Tawfiq Tushar doesn't connect with that delivery as Akbar does well to hold on to that ball. Here we look at that replay from Alauddin Babu, just misses the bat. Could have been an inside edge. That would have been very interesting. Alauddin Babu with his initials in his back, AB. Short of length towards point, a bit of a misfield. Jishan Alam says no to Tawfiq Tushar. Again, Alauddin Babu has made a good start. Just the 2 singles and the 2 dot balls in this over.
You mentioned AB, add P to it, and that's my initials. But AB did well. Of course, as I mentioned before, player of the match against Chattogram.
Pulled away towards mid-wicket. 1 bounce to the fielder there. Tawfiq Tushar always on the prowl for that boundary option.
The 2 batters here have different approaches when they attack. Jishan, whenever it's within his hitting range, he goes for it. He has a big stride in, not afraid to step out even to the faster bowlers. Tawfiq Tushar, on the other hand, wants to stay on a stable base, tries to use the depth of the crease, wants to play it as late as possible. today, particularly in this innings, 12 of 15, seemed like he's trying to go at it too hard. Maybe he should concentrate on timing the ball, finding the gaps instead.
You're right, and with Zishan Alam also going hard, maybe he can take a step back and feed him the strike. That's edged and taken. Another wild shot from Tawfiq Tushar. He falls for 12. And just as you were saying, maybe he could have taken a bit of time.
Looked like he took his eyes off the ball as he went for that shot. Shape not there, and Alauddin Babu, the experienced bowler, goes full, gets some outward movement, exposing all his stumps there. Easy take for Akbar Ali in the end. So Sylhet lose their first. They still haven't performed as an opening pair. Tushar, he has to go for 12. It's 29 for 1, Sylhet.
Omid Hassan, the Sylhet number 3, is out in the middle. He will not be on strike as Zishan Alam faces up to Arif from the Al Arafa Islamic Bank end. Omid Hassan hasn't had a good start to this tournament. Just a 26 runs in one innings and a duck in the other. He will have to be the perfect foil for the marauding Zishan Alam, who's now on strike. An excellent ball. They run through for the quick single. Akbar Ali with the throw. Could have been a close call. Omid Hassan reaches the striker's end.
This is much interesting, much more sensible from Zishan, totally respecting the turn that Arif is able to get. He understands he needs to stay back and wait for the bad balls. Quick single taken, very good strike rotation. Could be a way that they can look forward as they form this partnership here.
Indeed, that was a very smart move from Zishan taking that single. Up in the air, and he's gone. Omid Hassan falls first ball. Arif Ahmed with the wicket and the return catch. He was probably unsighted by something in the background, but nonetheless, a good finish. Excellent delivery. The ball stopped on the batter. Somehow, Arif hangs on to it and heaves a huge sigh of relief.
This is huge for Rangpur once again, putting Sylhet to bat first. That was a tame dismissal for Omid Hassan. Won't be happy. Top run getter in the NCL longer version, not finding his feet with the white ball. Omid Hassan, a golden duck for him. It's 30 for 2, Sylhet.
Arif Ahmed with the wicket.
Center.
A very well held catch. He was a bit unsighted. He couldn't grip it at the first attempt, but hung on to it as Omid Hassan fell for a first bowler. Sylhet can't quite get that start right in either of their matches. And now in the third encounter as well, I've already lost 2 wickets in the power play with not much to offer in terms of runs. There have been some good shots, but there's only 30 runs on the board. Good start as 𝗏𝗂𝗪𝗃𝗍𝗃 arrives at the crease.
Left-handed batter, put in at number 4. Arif doing very well here.
Fuller in leather, run through for the single. There's a misfield at square leg. 𝗏𝗂𝗪𝗃𝗍𝗃 gets off the mark. Rangpur, just like their previous game, they are slowly clawing back into this contest after Zishan Alam made that flourishing start with 3 boundaries. Tawfiq Tushar too got some boundaries, but at this point, even Zishan is having to play a circumspect role. 2 wickets down, he lost his opening partner, Tushar, lost Omid Hassan. So now he has to play that senior role. Lofted it around the cover region as it goes for 4. A very, very nice shot that gets him a boundary, a proper cricketing shot. Ends the over. Sylhet 35 for 2 after 6 overs. And we have a change in voice in the commentary box. Ahmed bin Parvez makes way for Mazharuddin.
End of the power play. Confirmation, 35 for 2. Just the type of start Rangpur had hoped for after Akbar Ali won the toss and elected to bowl. We've seen Dhaka being bowled out for 63 in the first game of the day. 64. Thank you, Ahmed bin Parvez. And we've seen a bit of movement early on, kept the batters quiet initially, and then the spinners came into play with a huge bit of turn. Alauddin Babu to continue. Nicely bowled.
Yes, Rangpur would be very happy with how the power play went. 35 for 2. Arif Ahmed with one of the wickets. He was very good. It's the last ball of the last over. That high backlift from Zishan Alam makes room for himself on the offside and just lofts it over extra cover for a boundary. Such a beautiful shot from this young batter.
Comes down the track, tried to heave that on the onside. Timing was not good, but 𝗏𝗂𝗪𝗃𝗍𝗃 will get a single. He plays minor country in England, 𝗏𝗂𝗪𝗃𝗍𝗃. Plays a lot of matches throughout the year. Plays first-class cricket for Sylhet. And during the off-season, he travels to UK.
Yes, he's one of those cricketers in Sylhet who have been playing for a long time. He's a right-arm off spinner and a left-handed batter, from what I can remember. But yes, a very useful cricketer at the domestic level, and as you mentioned, he plays cricket in England too. Akbar Ali has brought up his deep third to short third now.
Looking for the second run, the first one hard. Yes, they're going for it. Throw at the keeper's end was not the best, but very good running between the wicket.
Yes, Zishan Alam turned very quickly. I think the key to that second run was how he ran that first one really quickly, and in his mind he knew that there was going to be a second. 𝗏𝗂𝗪𝗃𝗍𝗃 may not have known that, but a good call from Zishan Alam as he gets back at the crease.
Roll of the fingers, played with soft hands. Zishan Alam, you mentioned about his father, Jahangir Alam. He's actually his coach. Had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Jahangir downstairs, who's the assistant coach of Dhaka Metro. And he said that he's worked with him against the spinner. He loves playing against the fast bowlers. But in the second match, when he got dismissed while playing that sweep shot, his father was not happy. And often speaks with him about his game and loves Rohit Sharma's batting, Zishan Alam.
Another dot ball from Alauddin Babu. Yes, Zishan Alam, the son of Jahangir Alam, as Mazhar mentioned here about Jahangir, who himself was a big hitting opener. He's a well-known coach, and it's good to see that he has also raised a cricketer in the family who is now an exciting figure in Bangladesh cricket already.
Oh, what a ball. That came in sharply. Bit of extra bounce as well. Surprised Rahatul Javed. End of a decent over by Alauddin Babu. 39 for 2 after 7. "39 for 2 after 7, and a bit of quiet start, must say, after those 2 wickets, taking their time in the middle, the 2 batters. Last ball of the previous over, extra bit of bounce, a nasty one for the batter.
Yes, surprising one from Alauddin Babu. Mazhar, you're mentioning about Zishan Alam, a second generation cricketer. We don't see that often, do we? And with a cricketer father, usually we don't see cricketers from that generation, you know, having their sons or daughters playing cricket, but this is different.
There's a deep square leg, deep mid wicket and long on in place. Fine leg up inside the circle. Short ball wide outside the off stump. Missed on that occasion, Zishan. Yeah, speaking with his father, he mentioned about his favorite range against the fast bowlers with those hard lengths. He loves to play that on the up, and that's his strength. And what his father told him, that do not play across the line. With that bottom hand comes into play often while he tries to play that on the onside. Even the ball outside the off stump, he tends to play that on the onside. That's his father said not to play. Short ball pulled away. That's the power Zishan Alam possesses. What a shot.
Up and under. What an excellent shot from Zishan Alam. Exciting prospect, this lad. Short of length delivery. Flash in a flash. Just look at that swivel. You don't see that often in Bangladesh.
Quick to react. Loves playing against the fast bowlers. And anything shorter, he will pounce onto it. Exciting prospect, as you mentioned. Quick hands, good hand-eye coordination. Goes for that again. Not the length, though, to play that shot. It was a bit too closer to the body.
That's the charm of a young, exciting batter going after everything. Good delivery from Mugdha there, but Rabiul, I beg your pardon. But Zishan has already moved to 30 and holds the key for Sylhet. Just to finish up on that point, Mazhar, I'm sure you'll know about it. When did Zishan really tell his father that he really wants to take up cricket? That will be an interesting point. As we see that delivery, he tucks it away towards point. Quick single. Yes, Mazhar.
Actually, I asked this question to him, and he said at the age of 11, 12, he was like striking the tennis ball really well, and his father knew that there is something in Zishan. When it comes to power hitting, he loves to hit those hard, and then took him to Nayanganj Jelai Stadium, where his father used to throw him down, and he used to bat a lot. And what his father mentioned, that
he's not focusing on the longest format of the game. Rather, he enjoys playing the white ball formats, and he wants to focus on that as well. So we may find a specialist batter for the white ball format in future. What a ball.
Yes, and there's no harm in being a white ball specialist. We have our Bangladesh has its share of red ball specialist batter and bowlers. I think what they have lacked for a long time is an opener with the willingness to go over the top in the power play. They've had batters like 𝗵𝗫𝗫𝗂𝗪 coming up and a few others who perhaps having to play all these formats have to make those adjustments. It's an excellent delivery from Robiul as Rahatul tucks it away towards square leg. Just to finish up on that last point, end of the over. Sylhet are 47 for 2 after 8 overs.
A bit of comeback by Sylhet, courtesy of Zishan Alam. 31 of 23. Smashed a gorgeous 6 in the previous over towards deep square leg. Loves playing those pull shots, but at the moment they need to build up a partnership which Rahatul Ferdowsi needs to complement Zishan Alam so that Zishan won't fail in that pressure of scoring more runs in one end. The left and right hand combination will also help them to adapt to rotate the strike, while for the bowling side it's gonna be a bit of adjustment while bowling against the left-hander, as Arif Ahmed, the left-arm spinner, picked up a wicket, gave away 12 runs from his 2 overs. He's up against Rahatul Ferdowsi. Looking for the single. He's doing the right thing, looking for the second. No, he has to settle for one. Is that a mix-up? Oh boy, direct hit might have been gone.
Yes, that call from Zishan was no. I think Rahatul Ferdowsi Javed heard that late and that would have been out. Oh boy, that would have been out. Lucky there. Throw from Rizwan, the player of the match from the previous game, almost had an impact in this one. Zishan Alam is on strike. The young lad from Narayanganj is the son of a former Bangladesh cricketer. As Mazhar was mentioning how he came up to his father at the age of 11 and said that he wants to take up cricket seriously. A rarity in this country. That put another mix-up, but Zishan was firm in his call for no. Mazhar, just to finish up, I think sometimes fathers who have played a long career, they don't really encourage their sons to tread the same path, but it's different for Jahangir Alam. Sweeps that one high in the air. There's a fielder coming underneath it. Takes that cat. Takes that cat. It's wicket number 3 for Rangpur. Arif picks up his second wicket as Zishan trudges off. A big blow for Rangpur.
Zishan Alam will be disappointed. He was looking really good, did all the hard work. Going for that sweep again. It's the second time he got out while playing that shot in this tournament. Getting that top edge and a safe catch in the end at deep mid-wicket. Not the best of time. Sylhet would have hoped to lose a wicket, but Rangpur delivers. Zishan Alam departs after scoring 31 of 25. Sylhet 48 for 3. Zishan Alam was caught at deep mid-wicket as Rangpur picked up the big fish, was looking good, and all of a sudden, Isam, as you're mentioning, 2 new batters at the crease, and they have to do that rebuilding process yet again.
Yes, Zishan swinging for the hills, but not quite reaching it. As Ghalib comes in to bat, Hasn't been off the mark in the tournament. This is his third game. He'll be under a bit of pressure. 𝗵𝗻𝗂𝗏. Excellent delivery to start off against Ghalib. Sylhet again falls under that same pressure of the two previous matches. In the first game it was Jishan Alam who kept them alive. But today he's also gone as Ghalib gets off the mark. 𝗵𝗻𝗂𝗏 has so far bowled an excellent spell from both ends. From the 𝗃 Islamic Bank end, he bowled 2 overs for 12 runs, taking a wicket. Comes in from the Walton end and gets the other big one of Jishan Alam. So Omid Hassan, Jishan Alam, both in 𝗃𝗻𝗂𝗏's kitty. Another good delivery as Rahatul Javed runs through for that single. They can't risk a run out at this point. They stay put in their ends. Sylhet are 50. The 50 comes up at the end of the 9th over. They're 50 for 3.
Time for the rebuilding process yet again for Sylhet. They are 50 for 3 after 9 and in form. And a well set Jishan Alam was the last batter to dismiss. Trying to play that sweep shot, getting that top edge. And we have seen how the spinners came into play in this second match of today's game. We have seen the seamers remained chief destroyer with the ball in the first game. But now the pitch has some trick for the spinners. Hawk comes in, the off spinner. If I'm just going back to Jishan Alam, there are quite a few under 19 players from the current and also in the past, the likes of Shibli, Ashikur Rahman, Jishan Alam, as I mentioned, Mahfuzur Rahman Rabbi, Azizul Hakim Tamim, Ariful Islam. It's a great platform and opportunity for these youngsters to showcase their talent in the shortest format of the game. They are in very good confidence at the moment, winning that Asia Cup and even the previous under-19 side. They are also coming to the ranks along with the seniors in the first class and domestic cricket. Comes down the track, gets the single. So I think it's a great opportunity for these youngsters to showcase their talent and prove their worth.
Certainly, Mazhar. We saw how Azizul Hakim Tamim, the current under-19 captain who came into this tournament straight away, struck a 30 ball 50, and his range of shots was very impressive. And a good delivery from Anamul Haq Anam, starting his first over. Yes, Azizul Hakim Tamim, Ariful Islam, and of course Jishan Alam, a new crop of batters. There's always one crop coming up, but this one has that eye on that white ball skill set of going over the top and playing all those shots. As Rahatul Javed and Asadullah Ghalib tries to rebuild the Sylhet innings around the halfway mark. Flighted delivery driven down the ground by Ghalib for another single. They have now resorted to the single Sylhet. No, they're not going to take a chance with a big one unless there's a really bad delivery on offer, and that's what Anamul Haq Anam has to be wary of, that it is Sylhet who are under pressure around the 10th over mark. Goes for it and he's gone. This was on the cards. Rahatul Javed, 12 deliveries he's faced, his first shot in anger, and he's gone. Bowled by Anamul Haq. Sylhet hasn't quite done any justice to their reputation in this tournament. Looking at that shot again, shorter in length and almost a premeditated swing. As we head into the drinks at the halfway mark, Javed goes for 7, Sylhet at 54 for 4.
Right, Sylhet lost another wicket. They are 54 for 4. We're into the
Sylhet under pressure, 54 for 4 at the halfway mark of this T20 match of the 𝗚 Islamic Bank presents NCL T20 2024-25 powered by Walton. They have the number 6 at the crease at this moment, Mahfuzur Rahman Rabbi, the captain, batting alongside Asadullah Ghalib, who's on 3. Here's the last ball of the previous over. Anamul Haq, the bowler. Rahatul Javed going for it across the line and missing it. And the off stump is pegged back.
Perfect, perfect.
Arif Ahmed is going to bowl out right after the drinks break. Probably a good decision with the spinner not quite required in the death overs and him having taken 2 wickets. Probably the Rangpur captain Akbar Ali now thinking that he can maybe get them another breakthrough. Arif Ahmed has been very accurate in his 3 overs, 15 for 2 so far. The 2 big wickets of Jishan Alam and Omid Hassan. Again starts off right on target on the stumps, not allowing Asadullah Ghalib any room as Mahfuzur Rabbi comes in. 31 runs in this tournament so far, drives it down the ground, runs through for the first one very quickly. No need for a second, and they don't bother. 55 for 4 after 10 overs and 2 balls. Rabbi, the Sylhet captain, gets on strike as Arif Ahmed comes from over the wicket. Excellent delivery to start off with. Arif Ahmed has a deep cover in place and 2 fielders square on the leg side and 2 down the ground at long on and long off, the conventional field for a left-arm spinner bowling to a left-handed batter. That's an excellent delivery. There's a big appeal. Umpire Nazmul says no, but Rabbi was beaten all ends up. Yes, that's a leg by. Arif Ahmed is a little upset with that call, but I'm sure he will. Yes, the replay. Oh, that was a superb delivery, floating in, attacking the stumps. Would have been a close call if it went to the, if there was the option of a review. Another quick single. The fielder couldn't quite gather that ball. That's all Mahfuzur Rabbi and Asadullah Ghalib can do at this point of the Sylhet innings. 11th over. 11th over running. It's 57 for 4 as Arif Ahmed prepares to bowl the last ball of his spell today. Superb delivery to finish off. 17 for 2 from his 4 overs. Sylhet are 57 for 4 after 11. The projected score for Sylhet 57 for 4 at this stage. They would want to get something above 120, if not around 150. That 9 runs and over might be a little difficult in these remaining 9 overs, given how they've lost 4 wickets and never quite settled at the batting crease. Anamul Haq coming in from the Al Arafa Islami Bank end. Plays it down to long on for a single. Asadullah Ghalib had a good season in the first class format of the National Cricket League this year. Started off and was involved. I think he was involved in that interesting video of Mahdi Hassan's delivery. I'll talk about it after this ball from Anamul. He was either at the crease or he was the batter on strike when the ball slipped out of Anamul's grip, went high in the air, and the batter hitting it down to long on's lap for a dismissal. The video went viral. That NCL clip, we'll have to check that again. A quick single, a throw from Akbar Ali at the non-striker's end. Asadullah Ghalib there coming up. Was a good throw from Akbar Ali. That's a big appeal and he's gone. That's wicket number 5 for Rangpur as Anamul strikes for the first time in this game.
It was quicker through the air by Anamul Haq. A flat one. Never tried to turn that one. Skids through the surface, probably hitting those grasses. And he goes for that cut. Getting that outside edge. Look at the seam position. It was too quick. Played that late. A good catch as well behind the stumps by skipper Akbar Ali. Ghalib departs after scoring 6. Sylhet 59 for 5.
New batter at the crease is Tufail Ahmed, the all-rounder, the pace bowling all-rounder, coming into bat at number 7 for Sylhet. Scored the 23 runs in the tournament so far. He's quite impressive with the ball. Dropped a couple of catches against Chattogram in the previous game. Here he is on strike against Anamul. There's a single there. The throw from short, fine. Could have been. That was another dot ball. End of the over. Sylhet are 59 for 5 after 12. That innings run rate for Sylhet is still under 5 after 12 overs. They're 59 for 5 as Alauddin Babu comes in from the Walton end. Picks up a single to third man. Mahfuzur Rabbi with all the pressure in the world on top of his shoulders.
Just having a look at the surface, it assisted the seamers early on with overcast conditions, but as we have predicted, the spinners might come into play in the second match of the day, and it proves to be right. It's getting a bit dry. As you mentioned, Isam, there was a puff of dust as well at times while the spinners bowled. So it's never easy for the batters. We can say a lot of stuff that it was a poor shot or bad execution, but you must also give credit to the bowlers and also the surface that is assisting the spinners. Never easy for the batters to adjust.
Yes, it hasn't been easy. In the first match we saw Fahad taking 4 wickets, but then when the spinners came on, they were quite tight and bold. Even Mahmudullah Sanjoy took 2 wickets, and here we're seeing Arif Ahmed taking the wickets and the seamers also doing well. So yes, this one goes for 4. A welcome boundary from Tufail. 4 runs down the leg side. A rare bat delivery from Alauddin.
Boundary after a while for Sylhet, shading down the leg side. Played that late and played that fine, knew the field, that fine leg was up inside the circle, so good execution as well by Tufail. Gets off the mark with that boundary. Yeah, just going back to the surface, the cotton bolt of Omid, you have seen the ball stopped a bit as Omid had to check himself at the last moment. Another very good delivery, missing that outside edge. So against the spinners in the second match of a day's play, you need to keep an eye on the surface, especially the spinners will surely come into play.
And that brings up the topic. That's a good stop at point by Rizwan. Has he done a bit of damage to himself? Mazhar, think about a score around 130, 140 on this surface. If Sylhet had survived a little better and not been at this score, it would have been an interesting contest with their spinners in play. But now, I don't think it's a 110 or 20 wicket. I think it's still a good wicket. But it's a true surface. But as you pointed out rightfully, since morning, there have been these tufts of grass, which if you hit the seam, it goes either way. And there are spots where it's dry, where you saw when Arif got that cotton ball dismissal, there was a puff of dust.
These are the adjustments the batters needs to do. It's not just about the surface, you need to adjust accordingly. As you mentioned rightly, it's not a 110 or 20 surface. So you need to give a bit of time when you are at the middle as a batter. Maybe keep aside your ego and wait it for those bad deliveries as well.
Yes, it's important to know exactly what type of a wicket it is by what type of score you're aiming at. good delivery to end that over. Sylhet at 65 for 5 after 13 overs.
𝗂65 for 5 after 13. Skipper 𝗵𝗺𝗻𝗻 at the crease alongside 𝗃𝗏𝗽. Both just came in and need a bit of time to settle in. With 7 more overs to go, probably these two batters might oversee a couple of overs from here on and then go for that late launch. But at the moment, they need that rebuilding process to go on. Spinners, as we mentioned, have been instrumental in this surface. And we have a change of voice in the commentary box. 𝗂𝗏 joins along me.
Thank you very much, Mazharuddin. The crowd waiting in anticipation. Haven't seen much to cheer for, especially for Sylhet after that initial innings from Jishan Alam.
Bowling a lot in a flatter trajectory, though he is successful picking up 2 wickets. But I really feel the bowlers can give a bit of air.
We still haven't seen Chaudhary Mohammad Rizwan, who picked up 3 wickets in his previous game. He is 4 wickets, beg your pardon, and that actually shows how influential the pitch is in the decision making of the captain here, putting all his spinners in.
Easy pickings. You need to bowl a bit slower with the surface, giving something for the spinners. You need to get the most out of it. Fielder at deep square leg may have hurt himself while fielding that one.
Was another delivery, but well played with the turn. Played it softly. The intention was to get that single. The slide really not helping the fielder on that occasion. Look at that amount of soil coming out there. Must have been a softer part of the outfield. Very painful for the fielder. Unwanted. Looking at the two that are batting, 𝗵𝗺𝗻𝗻 definitely has a lot of potential. So as long as he's there, Tofal can bat as well. This could be the last recognized partnership that can maybe get them to the 17th or 18th over, from where they could try and think of getting as close to 130 or 40 as possible. He's up. Sigh of relief for Rangpur.
At times it gets painful and nasty. That slide you mentioned about the soil coming out. Knee comes into play, and we have seen so many big injuries while trying those slides with soil coming in. Khalid Hassan, the 12th man. Good to see him back in his feet. But he's bowling really well. Gave away just 7 runs onto his 3rd over, picked up 2 wickets. Worked away on the onside. You rightly pointed out 𝗵𝗺𝗻𝗻, another fine prospect. We mentioned about other under-19 players. And the best part is these youngsters are getting those leadership roles. So at the same time showcasing their talent, they are also honing their skills in leadership.
This time again tucked away around the corner. Speaking of leadership, Sylhet were the champions of the NCL 4-dayers. They had Amit Hassan as their captain. So they also actually have 2 different captains for 2 different formats, which is also a testament to the thinking process of the team management. They understand who to give the leadership role for which kind of format. I'm sure 𝗵𝗺𝗻𝗻 would enjoy this moment as well. It's important to create those characters throughout this tournament, the betterment of the national sides going forward.
Perfect word. Create those characters. Pressure builds characters. End of the over. 69 for 5 after 14. Five bowlers used so far by Rangpur skipper 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗃, Mugdha, Rabiul, Arif, Babu and Anamul. The five bowlers, Anamul and Arif, picked up 2 and Babu picked up a wicket. And we've seen some disciplined bowling approach. We spoke about the surface, how the surface is assisting the bowlers, but at the same time you need to bowl at the right areas, as we have seen in the first game by the Chattogram bowlers, and now also for the Rangpur bowlers. Simmer comes in, Mugdha bowled 2 overs, gave away 8 runs, looking for his first wicket. Down the leg side, wide given. It's also important for the fast bowlers as well, Parvez. There is an area where the ball might hit the grass and skids through, and at times we have seen the rough areas where there's no grass, there is a bit of double pace as well.
Yes, it's not ideal conditions for the batters. Seen that throughout the progression of the day, even in the previous game. Mugdha bowled from the same end, the Walton end, during the power plays.
Good length. Good comeback. We have seen quite a few the fast bowlers hitting those length pretty often. We spoke about the discipline bowling from the fast bowlers. Even in the national team, we have seen how the fast bowling has improved over the past couple of years, and it's because of the discipline approach even in the domestic circuit.
He has been getting that constantly from this end. Mugdha, even with the new ball, extracted some extra bounce. The feature of his bowling, especially in this game, has been the length that he has bowled at. Did not go full, usually 3/4 length or even going shorter. He knows he has the pace. The batters are right now at the mindset of maybe getting a single or 2. That's where he's trying to even restrict those.
On the back foot, hard length. He's bowling according to his feel. He's got a deep point and deep square leg in place, so he is trying to invite the batter to play those shots square of the wicket.
Yeah, just that shot of the crowd sitting lazily, having a lazy afternoon here at the Sylhet International Cricket Ground. One of the best places to watch cricket in Bangladesh. Right now, the Sylhet supporters would want Mahfuzur Rahman to put up a best performance. He's on strike.
Short ball was not in the best of position. In the air, keeper 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗃 will complete an easy catch. That's the ploy. It worked for Mugdha. He was banking on those short pitch deliveries and probably hitting those grasses and surprised Mahfuzur Rahman with an extra bit of pace and bounce.
That was coming, I guess. Just talked about Mahfuzur Rahman, and out comes the commentator's curse. Round the wicket, wide of the crease, short. It was a snorter of a delivery. Hurried onto that shot, top-edged it. Was a dolly catch for the captain, 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗃. He would be disappointed with himself. Mahfuzur Rahman rates himself much higher than what he's done so far. Another wicket falls. Sylhet into deeper trouble now. 71 for 6.
Mugdha picked up his first wicket of the game, bowled well, and there was a plan against both the batters with those short pitch deliveries, and Mahfuzur Rahman fell for it. Plans working for the Rangpur bowlers. Banging the surface hard. And we spoke about how the spinners getting the perches, and now we see how a seamer can pick up a wicket in this surface. Too good delivery for someone like 𝗵𝗺𝗽. Welcome to the crease.
I had no idea whatsoever where the ball was going. Couldn't even keep his eye on the ball till the end. Oh, such a steep bounce. Could have done nothing about it. 𝗵𝗺𝗽 was bowled on the 6-meter mark, but bounced like it was a proper short ball.
Backs away, played that ramp. I think 𝗵𝗺𝗽 did the right thing, what Mahfuzur Rabbi could have done. It was coming in closer to his body, and rather playing for that pull, he might have played that over the keeper's head. End of the over, successful one by Muqeedul. 72 for 6 after 15. Skipper Akbar Ali will be happy. So far, his bowlers did the job. Still 4 more wickets to pick, 5 more overs to go. Sylhet 72 for 6. I just forgot they're losing wickets at regular intervals. Yeah, not the happy dugout. But Rangpur will be happy the way their bowlers performed after winning the toss and electing to bowl. Seamer comes in again from both ends now. Direct hit, no, he was well in.
Nicely hitting the bullseye on the non-striker's end, but the batter safely in. 𝗵𝗺𝗽 coming in much earlier than expected, was well in, dragged his bat properly. Like a proper batter there, 𝗵𝗺𝗽, he'll have to keep company to 𝗃𝗺𝗃, who had some batting prowess. The umpire wants to make sure, just wants to make sure. The big screen says decision pending. 𝗵𝗺𝗽, mainly a frontline fast bowler. Have to look at the replay now. Call for a run out from a direct hit. Just opened the face of the bat at the last moment. Pick up and throw in a flash. Was a very good fielding effort nonetheless. Had 3 stumps to aim at. So it's not out. That's the signal. The TV umpire confirms. 𝗃𝗺𝗃 will be back on strike.
Down the leg side, good work by the keeper Akbar Ali, diving towards his left. It was always difficult going away from him with the angle by Robiul. Good grab.
Very, very good grab. Starting point was on middle stump, swinging in. Athletic and acrobatic from Akbar Ali. There was no doubt about his keeping prowess anyways. Just needs to be more consistent with the bat.
Comes down the track, connected that really well over the fielder's head at mid-off and goes for the boundary. Boundary after a while for Sylhet, and it came off the bat of 𝗃𝗺𝗃.
This is gold from 𝗃𝗺𝗃. Brave enough to step out. Went through the line. Mid-off was up. A little bit more for the crowd to cheer on as the DJ music plays. Boundary after a long, long time here. So long off, now in position. Third man comes up.
Played that with soft hands. Good cricket, looking for the second. They're going for it and will made it quite comfortably. Good cricket, very sensible cricket by 𝗃𝗺𝗃. After that boundary, he went for that soft hand, not getting carried away, and a very good running between the wicket.
Good support from 𝗵𝗺𝗽 as well. Acres of space on the onside. It's just a fine leg inside the circle, and then there's nobody in. The mid-on, the mid-wicket, and the square leg all are deep. So the bowler had to make all the running. In the meantime, a couple of runs being picked. Intelligent batting by 𝗃𝗧𝗏.
Sylhet will look to play out those 20 overs. We have seen in the previous game as well. Batting side first was not able to play that full 20 overs, regardless of the situation and the scoreboard. They're 80 for 6, but still there is 26 more balls to go.
Absolutely. 26 more balls. Even 26 runs could get them above 100. Edged. Straight to third man. The fielder at third, Naeem Islam. Surprised he hasn't been used as a spinner. Speaking about the Rangpur bowling setup, they've got so many options. And a testament to their discipline and how well they've bowled. In the previous match, they restricted Chattogram, their first match actually, to 132 only. And then against Dhaka, they got them to 112 for 9 from 17. So they've been actually one of the best bowling sides in the tournament so far.
Again down the leg side, fielder inside the circle at short fine leg. But before that, they will take a single. End of over number 16, Sylhet 81 for 6. $52 dots, 32 singles, just 1 6 and 8 fours in this innings so far for Sylhet. They are 81 for 6. 4 more overs to go. Not in the best of position to go for that late launch. Rather, they would like to play out those 20 overs. Play sensible, hung in there. As you mentioned, each ball can give you a single that will take them to 100. A bit of psychological boost for them after those early fall of wickets.
Tariq Aziz Khan out there, but Hussain as well, padded up with his sunglasses on. It will be the turn of the bowlers now to help Sylhet out with the bat. Slower delivery to start off for Alauddin Babu. He has been one of the revelations for Rangpur actually. Very underrated. Has performed so well in the previous 2 matches. Was player of the match in one of them, I remember. Always in smiles, in good spirits. Characters like this actually cheer up the entire unit as a whole.
He's a very thinking cricketer, Alauddin Babu. Mix up his pace, not just focus on those quicker deliveries. Rolls his finger over the ball on a very good length. Makes things difficult for the batters. Again, as I mentioned, taking the pace off the ball. You mentioned about Alauddin Babu's performance. 2 for 9 in 4 overs against Chittagong and 1 for 25 in 4 overs versus Dhaka.
Yes, he has been useful with both ball and bat. He's bowled with a new ball today. Got the first wicket of the dangerous Tushar. If he would have got going, things could have been different. So he has been contributing whenever he has been called to perform.
This time bowls the quicker one. It was on the slot. 𝗃𝗧𝗏 might feel he missed out on that occasion. There's a fielder at deep, but perhaps he could have tried to play that extra cover region in front of square.
There's a gap there. The extra cover within the circle, but the offside is well protected. There is a fielder at third, backward point. For Abu Zaid Rahi, since a single is taken, we can see some changes. Mid-off comes in. Backward point in as well. Just the third man and backward point on the offside, and deep fine leg and deep square leg on the leg.
Nicely played. Not taking off his eyes off the ball. Being a tail-ender, often the tail-enders tends to back away, close their eyes, not watching the ball till the end. Abu Zaid is doing the right thing, giving the strike back to 𝗃𝗧𝗏.
He's been cheeky, so far has played a couple of those shots of the short deliveries. Might be practicing those in the nets as well. 𝗵𝗂𝗪 looks comfortable doing it, using the pace of the bowler.
Will be full outside the off stump. Slow delivery, goes hard, goes high, goes handsome. 𝗃𝗧𝗪 𝗚𝗪 struck a 6, and it came after a while. I'm not sure is it the first 6 of the innings or not, but it came at a very good time.
It's the second one. Jishan had hit one previously, that magnificent pull, but this was well predicted. Babu went for the slower again, which he tried in the beginning of the over. Well picked by 𝗃𝗧𝗪. He's got the power to beat the long on fielder, does that. Very critical knock, on to 22.
Again, very good cricket. After the 6, goes for that single. End of over number 17. Sylhet 90 for 6. 𝗵𝗫 for 6 after 17. 𝗃𝗧𝗪 𝗚𝗪 23 of 23. Jishan Alam 31 of 25. There is a ray of hope for Sylhet to post someone near 120 maybe. At one point they never looked to go on to post 100 even. But now with 𝗃𝗧𝗪 at the crease striking the ball really well and 𝗵𝗂𝗪 giving him very good support at the other end, they can look for someone near 120. Ariful, the new bowler. Started off with the roll of the fingers, banged in delivery. You can figure it out what the bowler is going to bowl by watching the field setting, Parvez. Just have a closer look at the field setup for Ariful. There is a deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on, short fine leg, short third, backward point. There's a deep cover, short cover, and long off in place. So the idea would be to bowl on the short of a length delivery. Mostly roll of those fingers will come through.
Bowl's length takes all the pace off the ball. A quick single taken there. Good running from the batters. Ariful turning out to be a death over specialist for Rangpur. Another very important addition to this side. Gives them a lot of balance. Usually doesn't bowl within the power plays. Bowls later in the innings. This is his first over. And is very handy with the bat as well. Has performed with the bat already. Especially in the second match against Dhaka. He had a very crucial knock to play.
Full toss. Played that away on the onside. Finds the gap as well. Runs are coming thick and fast now, especially off the bat of 𝗃𝗧𝗪.
He's done really well there. Of course, it was a ball to be hit. Did a good job to find the gap. There are fielders in the boundary line. Ariful asking his fielders to be a bit more proactive and anticipate where the ball could go, because went between the two fielders. It was a full toss nonetheless. Ariful should have been punished. Not off the middle of the bat, but 𝗃𝗧𝗪 got the placement right on that occasion. This time, again another slower ball. It's not easy when the wicket is slow. We've seen what the spinners have done. Looking at that shot again through mid-wicket. Perfectly bisected the two fielders.
Rightly pointed out, Parvez. The idea is to take the pace off the ball since the wicket is assisting the slow bowlers. And Arif will also need to focus on those. He goes for that slower again. He's got protection in the deep at deep mid-wicket. Mukhidul Islam Mugdha. Strong throw back. Yeah, having those all-rounders is a blessing for the captain. And with someone like Ariful, who gives that variety in the bowling lineup.
Yes, he's the sixth bowler being used by Captain Akbar Ali. The field stays the same for 𝗵𝗪𝗪. Amples of space on the leg side. But mid-off comes up actually, and the third goes down.
Goes for that big heave. Abu Jahid couldn't resist himself. Good for him and Sylhet that he's still there. Single to end the over. After 18, they are 98 for 6.
Last over time না যাবে
97 for 6. 2 more overs to go. It's been a disciplined bowling performance from Rangpur after 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 winning the toss and opted to bowl first. Yes, talking about batters, we are yet to see the batters hit that fridge and get that 10,000 taka prize. Courtesy of Walton encouraging the batters to hit more sixes, and we haven't seen many of those today.
That was a wild hoik from 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃. If he connected that, by the way, if it went down backward square leg, might have hit that board over there.
No, Parvez, that's a tough angle to hit. It's a deep fine leg, a bit backward. For someone like 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 to deliberately hit there,
Maybe
you
we can
need
tell the
some sort of
organizers.
calculation.
Yeah, you need to tell the organizers to move it a bit squarer, maybe, to make it easier for the batter. This time, over the top of the keeper. Well, they could have kept the board there. Gets a boundary nonetheless. Yes, 10,000, not bad.
Just goes past over the keeper's head, straight as an arrow behind. Another very tough position to hit. Parvez, the batters would love to hit those and get a fridge or maybe that 10,000 taka. Yeah, 100 comes up for Sylhet. They are 101 for 6. At one point, it looked impossible for them to reach there. Goes for that full. Again inside edge. Again lucky. This time by 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃. Back-to-back boundaries for him.
Such a critical knock. My goodness. 37 of 30. 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 going for that full and straight Yorker. Unlucky for the bowler. Desperately unlucky. Having the fine leg up in the circle, you can take that risk if you're bowling full. That's the consequence Mukhidul has to face. He's already one of the top wicket takers in the tournament. Got his 6th wicket today, had 5 previously. And out of them, 3 wickets came in the power play, 3 wickets bowling at the end. So he's expert at doing both sides.
Again, short ball pulled away. That is a biggie. What a shot by 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃. Played that on the up, on his front leg, and clears that quite comfortably towards long on.
Goodness me, such a tough shot to execute. Clears his front leg. Once it sailed, it just sailed to infinity. Look at that go. Huge 6, huge hit from 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃. Moves into the 40s all of a sudden. It's creating an impact here. 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 talking to his fielders, talking to the captain about how to re-strategize.
Slower delivery this time. I think Mukhidul missed out the trick. He bowled a lot quicker in this over, rather trying those slowers and cutters, taking the pace off the ball. Was difficult for the batters to hit rather than bowling those quickers coming onto the bat, and 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃 just enjoyed and said thank you.
Yes, he did. Just look at him. 14 dots, 10 singles, 5 fours and 2 sixes. Invaluable knock from 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, taking Sylhet to a respectable position. Goes for the quick one again against Abu Jahid. Does that with some sort of success. The end of the over with the dot ball under 112 for 6 after 19.
So we are into the last over of the innings. Sylhet makes a bit of comeback in this innings after losing those early wickets, courtesy of 𝗃𝗧𝗏. That's the last ball of the previous over. A big heave by Abu-Jaid Rahi, a quicker one by Muqidul. 𝗃𝗧𝗏 is on a roll, 44 of 32, last over of the innings. We spoke about 120 would be a very good total for them, and they are very close to it. In fact, they gained that momentum before coming into the bowling. Slower short ball, a good ploy.
It could be short, it could be full. The only common factor should be a slower delivery. Should just slow it down. That has been the nature of the wicket today. This was the same pitch that was played on day one, match day one, where we saw live grass, not a lot of cracks. It's so different. Just coming in on day three here, match day 3.
Nicely connected. That sounded good. 𝗃𝗧𝗏 Ahmed with that 6 reaches to his 50 of just 34 deliveries, and he's taking Sylhet to a position from where they can fight and even think of winning this game.
Talk about impact. 𝗃𝗧𝗏, what an impactful knock here. 50 of 34. Congratulations to him. Again, goes through the onside, over mid-wicket. Was a fielder, beats him comfortably. Faster bowlers struggling a bit here. 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗃 probably missing the trick.
Was on the slot again, but he was premeditated, eyeing that deep mid-wicket and long on area. Rather, he might have preferred that extra cover region, and he opts not to take the single. Rightly so. He's the man who can hit those sixes at the moment, and Sylhet need him.
Yeah, a couple of boundaries would do no harm to Sylhet. He's just waiting for the boundary ball. With 3 balls left, I mean, he could just take his chances for all 3 of them.
That's pressure. That's pressure. After hitting those lusty blows, all of a sudden the bowler started to think, where should I bowl?
Yes, that's what happens when you suddenly put up a counter attack, give that counter punch back, not backing down. That's what 𝗃𝗧𝗏 has done. What a fantastic knock. One of the best knocks in this tournament so far from such a detrimental position.
Marginal. Yeah, well bowled in the end, must say, by Robiul. Teasing the batter, bowling those way outside the off stump. And at one point, 𝗃𝗧𝗏 may have thought to leave that one to get that wide.
Such a thin line for the bowler. Thankfully, the umpire's decision went on his side. A lot of times we see these things given as wides. The crowd cheering on, of different ages. That's a well-bowled delivery. Much better than the previous one. Again, getting a dot ball out of it. So, Robiul has come back pretty well.
He read the batter really well, where 𝗃𝗧𝗏 was more eyeing onto the onside, so he's bowling way outside the off stump, away from his hitting zone. So this is game sense. Youngsters watching, watch Robiul, how he adapted under pressure. Last ball of the innings. Again, bowls wide, low full toss. 𝗃𝗧𝗏 couldn't do much. Will only get a single, but nevertheless, it was a very good comeback from Sylhet, courtesy of 𝗃𝗧𝗏's unbeaten 51 of 38. They go on to post 120 for 6 after 20 overs. And he has been terrific, 𝗃𝗧𝗏. Kept his calm, remained cool early on, and then slowly opening up. And when the time came, he just launched onto it.
Fantastic batting from 𝗃𝗧𝗏. The harder part about this innings was to bat alongside some of the lesser batters in the side. Had to really not or deny getting a few singles that he could have taken, just so that he could get most of the deliveries to play. So he used a lot of his game sense when he came on to bat. Looking at the Sylhet division scorecard, Tawfiq Tushar getting a start, not being able to move ahead. Jishan Alam with an entertaining 31. Nothing much from the batters coming in, and then the 𝗃𝗧𝗂𝗂𝐴𝐻𝑚𝑒𝑑 show, along with Abu Zayed, forming a very good undefeated partnership that takes Sylhet to 120 for 6 after 20 overs.
Well, bowling has been terrific up front by Rangpur. Arif Ahmed picked up 2 for 17, Enamul 2 for 10, Mokidul Mugdho and Alauddin Babu picking up a wicket each. But it was a very good comeback by Sylhet batters. And it's time to go downstairs to Mohammad Isam for the flash interview.
We have with us Tufail Ahmed, who scored this scintillating 50. Tufail, কেমন লাগলো ইনিংসটা খেলে? আপনার অনেক বড় বড় ছক্কা মারলেন।
আলহামদুলিল্লাহ অনেক ভালো লাগতেছে, কারণ টিমের একটা বলা যায় যে একটা ক্রুশাল টাইমে গিয়ে রান করছি আমি। সো একটা মানে ডিফেন্ড করার মতো একটা টোটাল হয়েছে বোর্ডে। সো এতে আমি আসলে মোটামুটি স্যাটিসফাইড আর কি। যদি জিততে পারি তাহলে পুরোপুরি ভালো লাগবে আমার।
তো তাহলে আমরা জানি আপনি লোকাল ক্রিকেটে ব্যাটিং ওপেনও করে থাকেন। এই অ্যাডজাস্টমেন্টটা কী করতে হয় এবং আপনার বোলিং নিয়ে আপনার কীরকম কাজ হয়?
দেখেন, আমার কিন্তু দুইটা রোল, ব্যাটিং বোলিং দুইটাই। সো আমি আসলে নিজেকে প্রিপেয়ার রাখি যে কোনো জায়গায়, মানে যে কোনো সিচুয়েশনে আমি ব্যাটিং করতে মানে প্রস্তুত আর কি, টিমের এই কম্বিনেশনের কারণে। এতে আমার আসলে কোনো সমস্যা হয় না, আমি এটা আসলে মানায় নিতে চাই আর কি।
এই রান কি মনে হচ্ছে আপনারা ডিফেন্ড করতে পারবেন?
দেখেন, উইকেটটা কিন্তু এত ব্যাটিং ফ্রেন্ডলি না, রান করা অনেক টাফ আছে। সো আমাদের দুইটা ভালো স্পিনার আছে, যদি ওরা জায়গা মতো বল করতে পারে তাহলে এই রানে মনে হয় যে একটা মানে ফাইটিং স্কোর আমার মনে হয়।
ধন্যবাদ আপনাকে, আপনি চলে যেতে পারেন ড্রেসিং রুমে। ব্যাক টু দ্য কম বক্স।
Right, man of the moment, Tufail rescued Sylhet to go on to post 120, but early on it was disaster with the bat for Sylhet. Jishan Alam came on all guns blazing with his power hitting abilities, but from the other end, Alauddin Babu picking up the first wicket, and then Omid Hassan also depart as the spinners came into play slowly. But Jishan Alam went on before being caught at deep square leg while playing that sweep, as the spinners then came into play, with Enamul picking up wickets with his quicker deliveries, at times going down the leg side. That was a poor shot selection by Rabbi. But since then, Tufail played some glorious shots, held his nerve, and he's got power as well. And those sixes, those are big sixes, as he go on to help Sylhet to post 120 for 6 after 20 overs. And it's not a bad total in the end, must say. 120 for 6, many may feel that it's not enough, but those who have seen the entire game would say Sylhet managed to come back really well, courtesy of Tufail's unbeaten 51 of 38. As Rangpur will have a job to do when they come out to chase. They need 121 runs to win in 20 overs. We'll take a short break and we'll come back with the chase.
We're back on air for the 𝗚 Islamic Bank presents NCL T20. The report card, Sylhet 120 for 6. To file with a last-ditch effort with a 51 not out, Jishan with 31. Anamul Haq and Arif Ahmed taking 2 wickets each. There were 11 boundaries and 4 sixes for Sylhet, 120 for 6 from 20 overs. Rangpur need 121 runs in 20 overs as their target in match number 10 of the 𝗚 Islamic Bank presents NCL T20, powered by Walton. There was a bit of a lifeline handed to Sylhet by Tufail Ahmed with his unbeaten 50 as the fielders gather up for a final pep talk ahead of defending 120 runs against Rangpur. Rangpur, of course, have won both their matches so far and have done mostly well, except for that last few overs when Tufail made a last-ditch effort to get them past that 100 mark and into a score of even run rate of 6 and over, 120 in 20 overs. As I welcome back my co-commentator, Ahmed bin Parvez.
Thank you, Mohammad Isam. I think the Rangpur contingent in the end were the architects of their own demise. They planned it so well till over number 15. They thought the job was done probably. Abu Zaid Rahi coming into bat. That partnership, that little partnership where Zaid Rahi just had 4 runs to contribute, was all taken over by Tufail Ahmed. What an innings, what a knock. Denied quite a few singles as well. He knew well what to do. Kept himself mostly on strike, tried to play most of the balls. In the end, managed to bat out the 20 overs as the 2 umpires make their way for the Rangpur run chase. Will be an interesting one here because the nature of the wicket says that the batters won't find it easy. Section of the crowd there waiting in anticipation. Mostly the local fans hoping for their local team Sylhet to rise up to the occasion, and one of their stars, 𝗂𝗑𝗪𝗓 Hussain, the local boy, walking in. Looks much more comfortable without the pads. We've seen him in the dugout sitting, waiting for his turn. Thankful maybe that he did not have to come out to bat, but with the ball, he will have to show something.
Certainly, Parvez. Sylhet adding 49 runs for the 7th wicket, unbroken stand between Abu Zaid Rahi and Tufail Ahmed, both unheralded batters. Tufail coming in with a reputation of being a batter, a batting all-rounder, but more of a pace bowler. And Zaid Rahi is a bunny, a number 10 or 11, but showed great presence of mind to plenty of deliveries. He scored 4 of 7 balls, and that 24 minutes he batted in the middle made all the difference for Sylhet. They have a formidable bowling attack, although I think Rezaur Rahman Raja is missing out from this attack. But otherwise, the likes of Ibadat Hussain, you have Nabil Samad, the veteran left-arm spinner, and of course Abu Zaid Rahi and Khalid Ahmed, the 3-man fast bowling attack with their branch of spin attack as well. I think Parvez, what Sylhet will ride on and what Tufail told me was that this is not a wicket where you can score too comfortably. They did score 120, they did struggle, and they're hoping that Rangpur would struggle too.
Chaudhry Mohammad Rizwan and Tanvir Haidar making their way. The 2 openers who've batted as an opening pair in the previous 2 games for Rangpur as well. They're still the team to beat alongside Dhaka Metro. Haven't lost a single game so far in the tournament. Syed Khalid Ahmed, one of the better bowlers in this tournament, already picked up 5 wickets from the previous 2 matches. Sylhet boasts a very good fast bowling attack, but we've seen how spin can be important. We've spoken about Nabil Samad, who's drafted back. I think a very good inclusion, considering the wicket and the context of the game. The captain himself, Mahfuzur Rahman Rabbi, can also bowl. He might play an important factor here as Sylhet try to defend this score of 120. Rizwan has 35 to his name. Stylish batter. Can bowl as well today. Did not get a bowl out. Tanbir, on the other hand, played a good knock of 41 the first match against Chattogram.
Yes, Rizwan is a bit of a hit and miss. He went after everything in that previous game. Looks slightly ungainly at times, but the shots, if he's connected with it, they look quite good. Tanbir is more of a conventional batter. They're trying out this pair.
First ball of the Rangpur bowling innings. Khalid Ahmed started a bit wide, swung away. The umpire gives it to the bowler. So it's a dot ball to start off proceedings. Mohammad Rizwan is taking the strike. Usually wants to go after the bowling right away. The kind of total that they've set, it's pretty tricky at times to chase this down.
Tricky as a total and tricky on this wicket as well. Mazhar was explaining earlier how the wicket has played quite well for spinners in the 3 innings that we have seen so far. And on this day, on the 3rd day of the Al Arafa Islami Bank presents NCL T20 powered by Walton.
This time closer to the bat, fended off, still not taking any risks there. Chaudhry Mohammad Rizwan. The calling has to be right as well. Here's the first slip for Khalid.
I'm surprised that Rizwan hasn't swung yet. He comes out swinging in both matches. That's his MO. That's how he bats. He's been quite reluctant to play those shots. I think he learned the lesson in the last game that Rangpur was playing. So now he's played out 2 dot balls.
This time swings at it. Couldn't resist the temptation. Waited for a couple of balls. 3rd ball comes back to his elements.
Yes, a very shy individual. I interviewed him after the match when he got those 4 wickets, a burst of 4 wickets. That was key to Rangpur's victory in their last outing. A tall fella.
Operating from the Walton end is Khalid Ahmed, an epitome of consistency. Mainly plays Test cricket for the Bangladesh national side. So if there's one element about him that he'll more often than not execute, is the discipline.
Certainly Khalid has come a long way from being a bowler who had a hard time starting off. I think it's been a productive 12 months for him, although he's lost his spot in the Bangladesh team given the number of fast bowlers.
Steps out, sounded good off the bat. Has it gone all the way will be the question. Yes, it has. 6er to start off for Chaudhry Mohammad Rizwan.
Excellent shot from Rizwan. Look at that elbow, the extension of that arm. Stands his ground for the photographers and the camera persons to see him take that pose. A wonderful shot over mid-on for the first maximum of this innings.
Very nice from Rizwan. A good start. He'll feel confident about himself. Closer to the umpire, Khalid Ahmed this time trying to access the offside. Single after that big shot. The end of the over. It's a good start from Rangpur. 7 for no loss. Said Khalid Ahmed with the first over, and from the Al Arafa Islami Bank end, it's going to be spin. And are you surprised? No, can't be. Nabil Samad missed out on second game hasn't still picked a wicket in this tournament. Setting his field up, mid-off straight, goes back to long off, and there's a deep square leg for a potential sweep from the batter. Mohammad Rizwan on strike. The ball just ran off while he was warming up, so the fielder's in the offside. I was speaking of that. Long off. There's a cover, extra cover, point, short third man, fine leg within the circle, mid-wicket and mid-on. Straight away, turn.
Nabil is a very experienced cricketer, a big game bowler. He's done well in the BPL too, and one of the rare Bangladeshi left-arm spinners who has a truckload of wicket in first-class cricket but has never played Test cricket, never played for the red and green.
So many of them, the left-arm spinners. Spoiled for options at times, Bangladesh. Single for Rizwan. Brings Tanvir on strike for the first time.
Yes, Tanvir Haider, the all-rounder, who bowls a bit of leg spin, now batting in the top order for Rangpur. He has appeared in 1 or 2 matches for Bangladesh many moons ago, taking on Nabil, and these two also train together in their off time in Dhaka, so they know each other pretty well, they know each other's tricks. It'll be interesting to see who comes out on top.
Extra bounce there, well negotiated by the batter.
That's one of the things that Nabil brings into the picture with his jump at that pivot. When he's bowling that delivery, he does extract a bit of bounce and turn on good wickets.
This time plays it straight. Should have tried to loft that around the wide long off region, just over the top of the boundary. There's that board saying hit the fridge. Rizwan back on strike.
Safe. Good, Nabil bhai.
Another good delivery from Nabil. Rizwan is a hard batsman to keep at the crease. He's always looking for that aerial option. They have a long off and a deep square leg in place for him. Shortish in length, tucking him up, just a single. End of that over, it's 10 for no loss, Rangpur after 2. Rangpur are 10 for no loss after 2 overs. Rizwan on 9, Tanvir on 1, Akbar Ali, Arif Ahmed, there is Abdullah Mamoon, Alauddin Babu, Ariful Haq, Naeem Islam of course, and the likes of Robiul Haq and Mohammad Anamul could be asked, but they would want their top order to finish up the job. We can have a look at the Sylhet bowling coach, fast bowling coach Tariq Aziz, pensive in mood as he watches his players, especially the fast bowlers, coming into action. It's Khaled now to bowl. No, Khaled has been changed. It's Ibadat Hussain who's into the attack at the Walton end.
Straight away, hurrying the batter. Coming back from an injury, Ibadat. Much anticipated return to cricket for him. Spoken about Tariq Aziz Khan and how he would have a closer look at the faster bowlers. They've got a good battery of fast bowlers, but unfortunately in the previous 2 games they haven't clicked for them so far.
Yes, Ibadat, second match. He's only taken a wicket in his appearances. It is quite surprising. Maybe the change of format, Parvez. Perhaps the change of type of ball. They're having a bit of time to adjust. Khaled seems to be okay. He took a 4-wicket haul in the previous match day against Chattogram. Ibadat was good, but in patches. But he's also coming back from a long injury layoff. Excellent delivery. A bit of a mix-up. Tanvir gets back. It was an excellent delivery from Ibadat.
Yeah, very good bowling from him. Trying to keep the ball away from Tanvir's driving arc. Field setup for Ibadat also supports the kind of length he's bowling. There's a deep backward square and fine leg is up. There's a deep third as well. This time again, ball back, coming back in pretty sharply there. Hurrying the batters up.
Looking good, Edie.
You can expect Ibadat to slowly build up his pace as he goes about his business. It's just his third ball, and look at that, hard, length and quick, very quick onto the batter. Ibadat, of course, broke the duck of Bangladesh's fast bowlers, not taking a 5-wicket haul for many, many years when he took that 6 for against New Zealand in Mount Maunganui.
Outside off, missed out on that occasion. Tanvir Haidar, there was scope for that cut shot over the top.
Yes, Ibadat tempting Tanvir into that shot. There is a third man in place and a deep backward square leg. The rest of the fielders are up in the circle. Yes, that temptation to play that uppercut or square cut with all those fielders around square on the offside.
This time he gets it in front of the point for a boundary. Tanvir gets his boundary count going.
Yes, Tanvir finally gets going after missing out on several deliveries in this over. Again, that wide length and Tanvir on his front foot, slapping that ball away. Didn't really have to move from his own setup. So a poor delivery from Ibadat Hossain. Closer to the body as he plays it towards backward point. No runs taken. End of the over. It's 15 for no loss Rangpur after 3.
Sponsors of this tournament, Al-Arafa Islami Bank, Walton, Oryx as well. Spin from the Al-Arafa Islami Bank end. Nabil Samad to continue. Chaudhary Mohammad Rizwan on strike. Floated that in. No pace at all. Beaten by turn.
This one has been off strike for the whole over. The moment he gets a chance, he is anxious to get that out.
Catch it!
Goes inside out. Oh, just dropped short of that cover fielder. Tries to go over the top on the offside. Didn't quite connect it. And drops right in front of, look at that shot. Didn't connect it at all. Nabil Samad with a loud cry of catch it. Drops in front of Javed. Again goes for it. Doesn't go anywhere. Doesn't connect with it.
The bounce off the pitch is really troubling the batters here. The shots were on actually. Within driving length, if the bounce was true, it's bouncing extra right now for the spinner. Steps out again, trying to negate the bounce. A big appeal from Nabil Samad. More in hope. Single taken though.
Yes, just one dance out of the crease, but didn't quite have the room to maneuver that ball. Tried to play defensively and probably had a hint of pad on that shot, which is why Nabil Samad and the wicketkeeper Omid Hassan appealed in unison. But it is a run, so there was no pad involved. as Tanbir gets on strike.
Wide of the crease, Tanbir plays that well, that kept that bit low. 𝗿𝗵𝗀𝗂𝗪, metronomic bowling from him, hitting the same spots and then letting the pitch do the talk. Last ball of the over. Well played, nicely taken single, strike rotation is on. End of another quiet over, but well in the run chase Rangpur. After 4, it's 17 for no loss.
It will be a tricky chase for Rangpur as they try to get the third win in the 𝗚 Islamic Bank presents NCL T20 powered by Walton, because this is not a great pitch to bat on, but if they get set on it, there might be that chance of batters going full flow. So far, Ibadat, Khalid and Nabil Samad have kept the two openers quiet. More good bowling from Ibadat, just a single.
Still keeping it on that hard length, Ibadat Hussain, trying to hit the wicket hard, gradually building up his pace as he gets back to full fitness and hopefully in contention for the national side later on. It's been such a revelation for Bangladesh. Short fine leg, a deep backward square, third man outside the circle. Mistime pull, goes up in the air, an easy catch for the man at mid-on. So the first breakthrough for Sylhet. The captain himself takes the catch and Ibadat picks his man.
This was on the cards with Rizwan, having faced so many deliveries, not scoring a lot of runs. Rangpur hasn't been off to a flyer, and Rizwan is so used to that sort of batting. Short of length delivery, couldn't quite time it with the pull, and caught at mid-on by the captain Mahfuzur Rahman Rabbi, running in and celebrating hard because he knows wickets will keep Rangpur in further check. Rizwan goes for 10 of 16. Rangpur are 18 for 1. Naeem Islam steps into the crease. A vastly experienced international cricketer and Rangpur stalwart. As you look at that wicket of Rizwan, Chaudhry Mohammad Rizwan, top edging a catch to mid-on, where Rabbi takes a smooth and easy catch and Ibadat gets his wicket. Naeem at the crease means Rangpur will have a bit of stability, because chasing this 120 is proving to be quite tricky, even at this early stage of the 5th over of this innings.
Another veteran in the side, 30 runs into his third game, a strike rate of 166. Played a handy knock in the previous match. At a higher strike rate, Ibadat straight away attacking the pads of the batter. Polite inquiry from him.
So leg by, signaled by umpire Nazmul Hassan. (19 for 1) in the 5th over. Again, like Sylhet themselves, Rangpur also haven't really started on a quick note. Look at that previous delivery. Naeem couldn't quite get away from that ball. If he could, it would have been a wide. Badot loads up at the Walton end. Another hard length delivery. Gets big on 𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃, who had no idea what to do with it.
Very well bowled again from Ibadat Hussain. Slowly getting back his rhythm. The look of a man with all the determination in the world to get back to his best. He used to bowl at searing pace before he got that unfortunate injury, missed out a lot of cricket, a lot of international cricket. Now he finds himself in competition with at least 5 or 6 bowlers to get back, even to get back within the squad. Well bowled, well played as well. Tanvir seems to be the calming factor in the top of the order for Rangpur. Has played a sensible knock of 41. Wasn't the quickest, but that was much needed in context.
Yes, Rangpur would really be keen on seeing Tanvir and Naeem bat that way, at least till the 15th or 16th over, get them to a sort of score that will get them ready for that final push. It's not a big total that they're chasing, 121. They're nearly limiting that target now to less than 100. It's now 101 required in the remaining 15.1 overs. 1 ball remaining in this over. Ibadat has already got a wicket and just conceded the 2 runs and the leg bye. Naeem goes for that hard. Doesn't connect with it. End of the over. It's 20 for 1 Rangpur after 5 overs. Rangpur has still a bit of a batting to come. Akbar Ali, of course. There is Abdul Al Mamun, Ariful Haq, Alauddin Babu, Arif Ahmed. These are their main batters, and they already have Tanvir Haider and Naeem Islam at the crease. Naeem is yet to get off the mark, as they're 20 for 1 after 5 overs with 2 extras in their totals.
Khalid Ahmed now brought from the Al Arafa Islami Bank end, as we have a view of a certain section of the crowd. Crowd from different ages coming in to watch this match. The home team, Sylhet, trying to defend the 120 they've posted. That's nicely timed through the gap. 4.
Suddenly, Tanvir decides to just time that one. There was a bit of a half volley or a long hop on outside off stump. Timed it quite well through that offside field, going for 4. A welcome boundary for Rangpur, who are now looking for a bit of a momentum as they come to the back end of this power play. 24 for 1 in 5.1 overs. Tucked it away towards square leg. There is a chase on. 2 fielders converging. They pick up the second as the throw comes in from Tufail.
Tanvir Haider has worked very well on his fitness, keeping himself in contention, raising his hand, taking responsibility to open the innings for Rangpur in the T20 format. He's a good striker of the ball. A couple of his runs coming square of the wicket on the offside. Khalid would want not to give him a lot of width. Exactly on spot there. Well played by Tanvir once again. Cool-headed. Naeem is back on strike. You've seen the entire career of Naeem so far, right from when he started to being Chokka Naeem and then being one of the most prolific run scorers in first-class cricket.
Yes, a bit of an unfortunate career in a way that he didn't play any test matches after 2012. Of course, he had scored that first test 100 against West Indies, and I remember that celebration on both knees going down. at the Sherabangla National Stadium. He was a ODI and a T20 player as well. Goes for it, over the top. This is running away towards the boundary. There are three fielders in chase. 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏 gets to it, throws it back. Yes, Naeem started off as a bits and pieces all-rounder and then slowly developed himself into a top-order batter. There's a lot of gaps in his international career, but as a domestic performer for Rajshahi, Rangpur and North Zone, he's picked up a lot of trophies at the first class level. Here he goes, over the top, a deliberate ploy to go after Khalid Ahmed. Couldn't quite get a boundary, but the intentions are clear.
This time goes through the onside. A chase for the mid-on fielder. Square leg fielder converging as well. He gets to it. Yet another couple of runs from Naeem Islam. We've spoken about intent. Yes, the intent is there. And if you look at his career, has been T20 cricketer, an ODI cricketer, a test cricketer. Has represented Bangladesh in all formats. So he's got that experience under his belt, and having someone like him in the Rangpur top order would surely boost their confidence to a huge extent. Taking his time, Khalid Ahmed. Again goes for it. Dot ball to end the over. The end of the power plays, and it's 31 for 1, Rangpur.
With a change in voice in the commentary box, Mazharuddin Omi comes in. Welcome back, Mazhar.
Thank you, Sam. Rangpur lost 1 wicket, 31 for 1 after the power play. 𝗃𝗏𝗃𝗃, who had a terrific time with the bat, now comes into bowl. There's something on the scoreboard for the bowlers to work on. 120, as you mentioned earlier, it's going to be a tricky target, but so far steady start, must say, with Tanveer, a run of ball 15. Naeem just came in 4 of 5. They need wickets. They can't take this game till the 20th over. So Sylhet must pick up wickets and regular intervals.
And there's the man for you, Tufail Ahmed, scored that unbeaten 50. And the previous game, he had amazing figures of 7 for 2. 2 wickets for 7 runs from his 4 overs. Turned the game around for Sylhet for a while after Chattogram had gone for a good start. He comes in from the Walton end. Now with the power play over, he'll have a few more fielders around the boundary, but this is a bowler who likes to hit the deck.
A wild swing by Tanveer, a bit of miss behind the stump by the wicket-keeper, and steals a single. A bye given, but good presence of mind from the non-striker.
Certainly every round counts, whether it's a bye or a leg by an overthrow, they will go for it, Rangpur. This is that time of the innings when many of the other innings have come apart. Sylhet themselves had a tough time in the middle overs until 𝗃𝗏𝗃𝗃 went after the bowling in the last few overs.
Comes down the track. There is a fielder protecting the boundary. We'll just get one. 𝗃𝗏𝗃𝗃, a handy all-rounder, picked up 2 wickets, giving away just 7 runs in 3 overs, including a maiden against Chattogram. He's a very handy cricketer. We have seen how well he batted today. And now with the ball, he's also got a job in his hand, as Sylhet is looking to break this partnership and pick up a wicket. Gets the single.
It'll be imperative for Naeem Islam and Tanveer Haider, 2 of Rangpur's most experienced cricketers, to, as they say in cricketing parlance here, to keep them ahead of the other batters and make sure that they score the bulk of the runs at least bat out till the 15th over and let the likes of 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗃 and the rest to finish up. Naeem goes for it. There is no fielder there. There is one in the deep. They just get a single. Naeem has been trying to force the issue in the last few deliveries that he's faced. 3 times now that he's gone for a big one, not connected, and also falling in no man's land.
They can afford to take some time. The target is just 121. So yeah, playing sensibly will be the key for the two batters in the middle. Kept a bit low and just moved away from the batter at the last moment.
Mazhar, all sorts of things are happening on this wicket. We were discussing in the previous innings how the Rangpur spinners got a grip of the game, Anamul Haq and Arif Ahmed, and now we are seeing variable bounce. And the 7th over of the 4th innings at this venue today being used on this wicket. Pitches it up, there's a big appeal, and the finger goes up. 𝗃𝗏𝗃𝗃 takes a wicket as Tanvir departs.
Right on the money. Mentioned his expertise with the ball, what he did in the previous game, and once again, more importantly, breaking that partnership and picking up wicket. This time is Tanvir Haider. Hit him in the back leg, tried to play that across the line. It was dead plumb. Easy decision for the umpire, as Tofail Ahmed is having a great day. Can he make it his own by winning the game for Sylhet? Time will tell, but at the moment, Tanvir Haider walks back after scoring 16 of 19. Rangpur 35 for 2. The wicket Sylhet were looking for, and Tofail, who's had a great day with the bat, also picked up a wicket, removing Tanvir Haider. New batter Abdullah Al Mamun is at the crease, yet to make an impact with the bat, but he will desperately need.
Yes, it is Abu Jaid Rahi coming in from the Al Arafa Islami Bank end, which is closer to our end. Rahi supported Tofail with the bat. Can he now support him with the ball from the other end? Tofail has picked up a wicket in his first over. Rahi, I beg your pardon, being the senior of the two bowlers now, with the opportunity to keep things tight. Wide of the off stump, gets a wide for it. Naeem Islam on strike. It's a good start for Rangpur for this over. No balls bowled yet. They've got a run.
They need to build that pressure. They need to pick up more wickets. Abu Jaid Rahi comes down the track. Naeem Islam overcovers head for a boundary. What a glorious shot that is from the right-hander.
He's been trying to connect with any of those big hits, with some of those big hits, and this one gets in the middle of the bat as he goes over extra cover for a boundary that he's been searching for quite a while. Rahi hasn't yet settled at the wicket, just been his second ball. There's a single available there. They could run for the second because the bowler is almost giving chase. There is no one in the circle on the onside, and they get 2 for it. Rahi making some changes in the field, bringing that third man in and sending the long on back. Jishan Alam going back at long on. And he has a deep square leg, a deep point, and now a deep cover as well. So it's opened up the offside for Naeem to go for it, but with protection in the deep. Naeem plays it towards point, picks up a single.
Yeah.
The new batter, the keys Abdullah Al Mamoon, takes strike. Tries to go for a quick single. Naeem at the danger end. The throw comes in at the other end. Abdullah Al Mamoon gets off the mark. Mazhar, something has to give for Rangpur. Naeem did start the over with the boundary, but with the field now set back on the offside, what are his options?
You asked about the option, Isam. There you go. Someone like Naeem will come up with something different, reading the bowler's mind, and ramps that over the keeper's head for a boundary.
It was an excellent choice of shot with the short third in place. And he went full banger with it. Didn't hold back with that uppercut. Sometimes the batters just try to time that ball, but Naeem this time playing the using the full face of the bat to play that shot. Slower ball from Abu Jayed, whose hero is Jimmy Anderson. He ends the over. 14 from this Rangpur, 49 for 2 from 8 overs. The score comparison between the two sides, nothing much there. Both sides having lost 2 wickets in the 8th over. 47 for Sylhet, Rangpur on 49 right now. That was what 𝗃𝗏𝗽 was telling me, that there is 120 is still an okay score at this venue, on this pitch. As 𝗃𝗏𝗽 is about to bowl his second over, he scored a wicket for just 3 runs. Up in the air, there's a chance, there's a fielder coming around. Couldn't quite get to the catch, but saved that ball. The umpires will have a look. They run the second. Dink that pull shot. Goes around the boundary. That was a good effort. I think he saved, but where has the ball fallen? Did the ball fall on the rope? If the ball has fallen on the rope, that's a boundary. Seems to be okay as 𝗃𝗏𝗽 comes in, bowls another one on the offside. Oh, that's a very poor effort in the boundary. That has gone for 4. That lets that standard go down from the previous ball. That's gone for 4. Sylhet will not like it.
Guides that towards third man wide of the fielder. Bit of footwork, never easy for the fielder. And back-to-back boundaries. No, the previous one was given as couple, but I really felt that ball hit the boundary rope. Again, quick single taken. Looking for another one. Putting pressure on the fielders, Naeem.
Yes, you're talking about the first ball of the over. Even I thought that the ball, after the fielder had stopped it, it dropped on that, what do you call it, the cube, the wedges. I'm thinking about food again. Cube, wedges, Toblerone, same combination. Anyways, not given. It's 2 runs and then a boundary. 7 runs of the over so far. As Abdullah Al Mamoon gets on strike. Tries to hook that ball. There's a chance of a run out. No. He does have the direct hit from short fine. The old man Nabil Samad, playing in his probably 21st year in domestic cricket. He was also the guilty party with that boundary, trying to stop it with his foot. This time scores with the direct hit, but the batter was well in. Mazhar, if you have realized that a lot of these domestic cricketers, they don't really mind people walking over the side screen, but then when you have players who've played international cricket, you know, their concentration levels are different.
Change of field, long off comes inside the circle. Fine leg goes back. There is a deep square leg and deep point in place as well for the right-hander. Came back in sharply, tried to guide that one. Surprised the batter with that extra bit of bounce and sharp inward movement.
Naeem was a little late to that shot. Was lucky that he didn't roll onto the stumps. That could have been curtains for Naeem Islam. And that's what Rangpur wouldn't want at this stage in the 9th over. And they're trying to close down this chase. Has that taken a bit of bat? They've run through. Let's see what the umpire does. Yes, leg by. End of the 9th over. Rangpur at 58 for 2.
58 for 2 after 9. They're in chase of 121 posted by Sylhet. Naeem Islam looking good, 25 of 17. Abdullah just came in. Tufail gave away 11 runs, picked up a wicket from his 2 overs.
Mazhar, a couple of weeks ago I was reading this article about senior cricketers still playing at domestic cricket. Players like Naeem and the retired players like Farhad Hussain, Farhad Reza. I think it was an article about how much value do they add to domestic cricket. What do you make of that? Of these veterans still playing domestic cricket?
It's the commitment they shows, the hard work they possessed over the years, and due to their consistency, they have been there for a long, long time. So youngsters who are in the team or even playing against them can look up to them and see how they play. Not just on the field, but off it, how they maintain themselves. As a cricketer, you need to maintain a lot of stuff. You need to know a lot of things about your food habit, your surroundings, your friend circle, and what you do in your off times, when you're off from cricket, whether you read books or not, it helps a lot to grow mentally. It's never easy to be there in a position for over a decade. So there must be something right there doing over the years and over again. Swept that away. There's a fielder in the deep, but he couldn't stop that one as Naeem gets another boundary.
So Naeem has been the one looking for that boundary. He's hit a few now. This one from Rabbi, perfect length for a sweep shot. To get back to that topic, Mazhar, we have played almost all levels of domestic cricket and also under-19 cricket. Let's not talk about under-19 cricket in this context, but have you also learned a lot from senior cricketers when you're playing Dhaka League or when you're playing first-class cricket?
Definitely. You mentioned about Naeem Islam. I used to look up to him. He was super fit. He worked really hard on his batting. And someone who knows about his limitations. So knowing your limitations is very important if you want to sustain in international cricket or even in domestic circuit. We're halfway through the innings. Rangpur 63 for 2.
We'll take a bit of a drinks break and we'll be back shortly.
.63 for 2 after 10. They are in chase of 121. Rangpur at the moment are dominating the proceedings out in the middle, courtesy of Naeem's 30 of 23. Mahfuzur bowled 1 over, gave away 5 runs. And this partnership, especially Naeem, the way he's batted so far, is putting pressure on the fielding side, looking for those quick singles and often hitting those boundaries to release the pressure as well. Nabil Samad, the left-arm spinner. 5 for none for him after 2 overs that he bowled. He's on to his third over now. He will bowl to Naeem Islam.
Have you got out to Nabil ever?
He used to bowl me a lot in the nets under 𝗿𝗲𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 used to tell him that bowl a lot slower, you bowl a lot quicker. You have to take the pace off the ball to get the turn from the surface as a spinner, but Nabil never heard him.
Never listened to him. Still bowls that flatter trajectory with a bit of subtle bounce and pace and turn. He's a very different left-arm spinner than the rest of the left-arm spinner that we see during his generation, the likes of Shakib Al Hasan, Abdul Razzaq, slightly older than Nabil, but you had the likes of Saqlain Shajib, Sanjamul Islam, and nowadays you can see the likes of Nazmul Islam Opu also. This one, he goes for Abdullah Al Mamoon, goes for the maximum, and it reaches that long stand, the gallery, for a huge 6, almost against the run of play.
As a spinner, when you bowl in this surface, you need to bowl a lot slower, trying to get some purchase from the wicket that it's offering. But Nabil bowled a lot quicker and easy for someone like Abdullah, bending his knees and clears that front leg and smashed it over deep mid-wicket for a gorgeous 6.
Quick single there. There's a throw at the bowler's end. That could have been tight. The two batters can't take the overthrow because they've backed up too far. Yes, a bit of action at the start of the over there. Rabbi with the throw. Mamoon would have been in. Abdullah Al Mamoon would have been in, even if this throw had struck. Yes, Nabil Samad, domestic, one of those domestic cricketers who've been around forever. Bowling to another one. Now he missed up. There's a bit of misfield, and that's gone for 4. You could sense that Rangpur were looking for the momentum, and the Sylhet fielders and bowlers, they've now conspired to give them back that momentum in this over. One-handed pickup, very poor piece of cricket from Tufail, who is hitherto has bowled and batted so well, but he has to work on his fielding mazhar. He's dropped 2 catches in their last match. Some silly errors here. End of that over, 12 coming off it. Rangpur are 75 for 2 after 11. There's that error from Tufail. That is what you don't need, defending 120 runs. You could still see that he has looked at that replay and he's seething under that cap. He has to quickly recover from that mistake. He'll have to do a lot of bowling as well and get Sylhet back into this contest as Rabbi comes in. Mamoon goes for it, and that's another 6. Goes inside the line of that left arm spinning delivery and whips it away to the fine leg boundary for a 6. His second 6 in as many overs. Gets inside the line of that ball and uses his powerful arms. Was an excellent shot from Mamoon, who's moved to 15 of just 5. Oh, look at that ball jump from a length. This pitch has something. Again, we'll have to take a look at the replay outside off stump. Lets it rip, and look at that turn, and it took the bat. And now Mamoon goes straight down the ground towards long on for his third 6 of this innings. Rabbi seems to be a little lost in his radar as he's given 12 runs already in the over. Ball one Jaffer, and probably there was a chance, but this one pitched up. Mamoon just goes straight as an arrow and gets his third six in a very short span. Now rocks back and cuts it away. Tufayl feeds it cleanly, and that required runs now has gone down to 33 of 50. This is what a spell of big hitting can do. This is what Rangpur were waiting for. Naeem Islam letting out a bit of a smile, seeing how Mamoon has changed the momentum of this game with his 22 of 8 balls. And it's made life easy for Naeem, who's now batting on 36. The required run rate was still competitive before these sixes from Abdullah Al Mamoon, the young all-rounder, batting at number 4 for Rangpur. He's got one more opportunity against Rabbi in this over. Well wide of off stump, and the umpire does give it a wide. So we'll have to re-bowl that. This has not been a great over from Mahfuzur Rahman Rabbi, the Sylhet captain. He was seething due to that drop chance by Omid Hassan, the second ball of this over. Again, that delivery that spins back. Should have bowled more of that in this over, short of length. Chaotic over for Sylhet. Rangpur wouldn't mind. They're 91 for 2 after 12. Just 30 required in the last 8 overs. A rush of sixes has given Rangpur a huge boost. They're 91 for 2 after 12 overs. The last 2 overs have been quite expensive, as Asadullah Ghalib comes into the attack. Bowls a bit of off spin from that grip, we can tell. Bowling to Abdullah Al Mamoon. He goes high, very, very high, and it goes for 6. Abdullah Al Mamoon is on fire here for his 4th 6 of the innings, as Rangpur's target keeps getting smaller. 97 for 2 in the 13th over. Starts the over with a straight 6, and not letting Asadullah Ghalib settle with the ball. That one went very high in the air, went straight. Preferred hitting it straight mostly with the sixes. Wide outside off stump, doesn't connect it properly. There was a chance of getting it through that gap. Mamoon, a young all-rounder who's been doing well for Rajshahi in the last few years, has now moved to 29 not out. Only sixes, 4 sixes and 5 singles. And that's the end of it. Gets a bit of a send-off from Asadullah Ghalib. Mamoon has done the job, 29 of 12. Rangpur loses the 3rd wicket, but Mamoon has made life very difficult for Sylhet in this game. Goes down the wicket. Sharp bit of work from Omid Hassan, who dropped Mamoon in the previous over in between all those sixes. Mamoon goes for 29 of 12. Sylhet, I beg your pardon, Rangpur are 97 for 3. তুমি একে দিতে পারো, ওই যে আরিফকে দিতে পারো।
New batter comes in, the skipper, 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗧. 53 runs in this T20 tournament so far. Strike rate of 129 with the best of 28. His team is in a very good position. 24 needed of 45 at the moment. The floodlights in full effect here at the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium. Straight away, gets off the mark, going for the second. Finds the gap aptly there. The skipper of the Rangpur side, 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗧, has led the team well. The first two matches won. Want to make it 3 out of 3 off to the back foot. On drive for another single. 100 comes up for Rangpur from 77 balls in the 13th over. Naeem Islam still there. Another single to end the over. After 13, it's 101 for 3. Just 20 needed of the last 7 overs.
Sylhet has used 6 bowlers so far, 7 bowlers so far. Tufail and Ibadat with the wickets. Abdullah Ghalib or Asadullah Ghalib took the other one of Abdullah Al-Mamun. As it is up to the experienced Naeem and the captain 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗧 to guide Rangpur through to the third win, Parvez. A remarkable run at the start of this tournament for this team, which we thought had limited ability, but they've really surprised everyone with this start.
They've done very well, especially as a bowling unit. They've restricted all the opponents to chaseable targets. They've chased them pretty well as well in difficult batting conditions.
Just that single there from Naeem, from Akbar in fact. That spell of sixes from Abdullah Al-Mamun has completely changed the complexion of this chase, Parvez. We were waiting for a slightly stronger finish as Naeem goes over cover this time and goes and gets another boundary as Rangpur gets on a roll towards the end of their innings.
Mahfuzur Rahman not happy with himself, floated that in, trusting the wicket to do something for him, but this time Naeem was on top, finds the gap as well pretty nicely. Someone walking around the side screen, Naeem not comfortable with it. 107 for 3, just 14 needed of 39. In the end, Rangpur making an easy run chase out of it.
Indeed. Naeem Islam, 42 not out of 31 balls. Floats it and goes for it. This one goes all the way for 6 over extra cover. Naeem Islam really going after Mahfuzur Rahman Rabbi in this over. A 4 and now a 6 over extra cover, both through the same region.
You'll have to appreciate the way Naeem batted on a stable base, waited for it. Just when it fell, before it could turn, put his bat through. Better from Mahfuzur Rahman. Can't stop the single though. You can't help but appreciate the innings or admire the innings that Naeem has played in such difficult conditions. 33 balls, 49. Shows his experience.
played with all of his experience, as you said, and reduced that target to just 7 runs now in this last 6.1 overs. Short ball from 𝗵𝗺𝗻𝗀𝗃𝗃 as 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 plays that out. 6 overs remaining, 7 runs to win. Rangpur 114 for 3 from 14 overs.
Just a run needed for his 50. Naeem hit the fridge, win a prize. Courtesy of Walton Smart Fridge. That's the board. That's the board to hit to get a ref or 10,000 taka as prize money. Naeem hit that cover drive. That went pretty close to that board.
I remember Andy Flower once in Australia's domestic competition. I think it was a one-day competition. And he did hit one of those targets in that stadium. And I remember Sharjah having those Coca-Cola boards, I think. Almost every series. Naeem nearly, that is an appeal on the bowler's end. As the fielder scores with a direct hit, it's probably Rabbi. The umpire goes upstairs. 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 might be in a bit of a trouble there.
Off to the TV umpire. Direct hit on the non-striker's end. Decision pending. Was a bit of a yes and no there. The batter still not in the frame. Direct hit is always interesting. 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 is in the frame. Drags his back down. Looks to be safely in. The bat was grounded safely and dragged across the line. And the decision comes as not out. So 𝗂𝗃𝗃 survives with good fielding effort nonetheless from Sylhet. Naeem moves on to his 50. What an innings it has been.
34 balls, 48 minutes at the crease. These 48 minutes are invaluable to the context of this game, the difficulty of this wicket coming in at the 4th innings of the day. And this experienced campaigner keeps saying it, but that's what it is. He really uses it very well. And he's raising these players like 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 to become rounded cricketers. It's a huge compliment to the likes of 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃. Look at his scoring chart, 6 fours, 1 6, and look at that running between. Look at 2 twos. He's got 4 twos and 12 singles. Just the 11 dot. As I was mentioning, Parvez, the likes of 𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃 are getting invaluable lessons from how Naeem Islam plays cricket, the way he has carried himself for several years, for more than a decade in fact. And look at the fag end of his career, the way he's playing in this T20 tournament. That tells you what sort of a person he is as well. A bit of an appeal, and he's given him out. Not a big appeal from Ibadat. Did look close because the ball hit him in front of leg and middle. Now you could see his leg stump, so there is a reason why the umpire raised his finger. Naeem didn't say much as he walks off for 50 of 35 balls. Rangpur are 116 for 4, needing just 5 runs, and they've lost their 4th wicket.
Ibadat being congratulated by his teammates. Hard-earned wicket there. Leg cutter from Ibadat. Hit Naeem on the front leg, on the middle and leg. An appeal, an inquiry, and the umpire obliges. So Naeem has to walk. Not after making a brilliant 50 of 35. It's 116 for 4 for Rangpur. Just 5 needed for the victory. The new batter in, 𝗬𝗏𝗂𝗃, renowned as a finisher. Doesn't have a lot to do. 32 balls remain, just 5 needed to win. Just has to guide his team across the finishing line here. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 will be searching for wickets. He's got 2 wickets already, just conceded 8. Hurries the batter up. Almost a one-handed flick. Gets off the mark, does 𝗬𝗏𝗃.
This Rangpur team has been very impressive in the way they have bowled in this tournament so far. Very calculative approach today and in the previous match day when they had to bat out the last few overs in dark conditions. The light was fading at the academy ground with no floodlights there. They kept their cool and won that game. As Akbar turns that around for another single, and the target now goes down to just 3 needed of the last 5 overs. Rangpur 118 for 4 after 15.
The face score comparisons, the big difference between the two sides has been overs number 17 to 15. Sylhet managing just 37, losing 4 wickets. Rangpur, on the other hand, 87 runs. The fall of wickets did not impact the scoring rate. That's where Naeem and a few others together really got the momentum in Rangpur's half.
Akbar Ali, the under-19 winning captain, leading Rangpur in this tournament. There, he's been leading Rangpur for a while now. He has needed a breakthrough in the limelight as Rahatul Javed, the left armer, comes into bowl. What could be the last over of this contest? I've been very impressed by how Akbar has led the side. I'll be honest, I haven't followed him much in the last couple of months that he has led the team in Australia, the HP side. And now there's a big appeal, and the finger goes up. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 with a bit of a protest, but that's given by umpire Litu. 2 runs required now. Javed with that wicket.
Some smiles for Rahatul Javed. Some respite for Sylhet, picking up the 5th. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 walks back, dejected. Just 2 needed to win. Speaking about how impressive Rangpur have been throughout the tournament. Come back to that. 𝗬𝗏𝗃 goes for 1. It's 119 for 5. So the new batter comes in. Just 2 needed for the victory. Mohammad Inamul Haq. He is going to take strike against Rahatul Javed. Setting his field up. The offside packed with fielders within the circle. And then there's the long off, the long on. Sweeper cover. And a deep backward square leg. A slip brought in. So they're not giving up. There's still 2 runs to play with. They'll go for it. Well played again, waited on it. A couple could be taken. They decide against it.
We've talked about Rangpur. Parvez, I wanted to know your opinion on what Sylhet can do to revive this campaign. Remember, they were maiden NCL champions in the longer format. They've now all but lost the 3rd game as well with this strong pace attack. What can they do?
Well, the batters will have to click for 1. Too reliant on a few youngsters at the top to give them good starts, and when that doesn't happen, the rest of them pretty much fall apart. We've seen that today as well. 𝗃𝗏 played a very valiant knock. A lot of things to work on. Pulled away, finds the gap, finds the boundary, and that is the winning score from 𝗃𝗏𝗽𝗀. The skipper taking it away for Rangpur. Third consecutive victory in the Al Arafa Islami Bank NCL T20 2024-25 powered by Walton. Only deserving that he gets the winning runs as well. He's been very good as a captain, marshaled his troops when they came on to bowl. And in the run chase, his senior campaigners took the lead. A very convincing victory.
A convincing victory and an impressive showing from the Rangpur team. The name Rangpur is doing well in Bangladesh cricket of late. They've just won the GSL as Rangpur Riders in the T20 competition in Guyana. And now the Rangpur divisional side have won 3 in a row in the Al Arafa Islami Bank presents NCL T20 powered by Walton, winning the 10th match of this competition. Rangpur's third by 5 wickets as the two teams share handshakes and good wishes. This has been a complete performance by Rangpur as we take a look at the winning hit from their skipper 𝗃𝗏𝗽𝗀. Rahul Javed dropping short, and he's posted that towards the mid-wicket boundary for a 4. A very efficient bowling attack Rangpur has, and their batting in all 3 matches have done enough to win them games. 1 or 2 are performing in every game, and the good thing for them is that they have different performers in almost in each of these matches, which gives them a larger pool of match winners in this competition. Rangpur chasing 121 to win, 124 for 5 in 15.4. Naeem Islam 50 of 35, Abdullah Al Mamun with that blast of 29 of 12. These were the batters who took Rangpur to the win. 𝗃𝗏𝗽𝗀 not out 11, Mohammad Anamul Haq not out 1, Ariful was given out LBW for 1, and the 2 openers couldn't quite capitalize. Sylhet, Ibadat taking 2 wickets, Asadullah Ghalib taking 1, Rahatul Javed with 1, and Tufail Ahmed took that other wicket to fall. The 5 wickets, the 6 extras, and the scores and the partnerships, the one for the 3rd wicket, 62 runs, that made the difference. Here are the innings highlights. Rizwan with the big hits, Tanbir with some of the shots, but Rizwan fell early to Ibadat. And then Tanbir getting out to Tufail. That's when the game slowed down for Rangpur. But Naeem using all his experience, look at that shot, the uppercut and the pull shot, and that well-timed cut shot and those sweeps. And then came that blast of 6s from young Abdullah Al Mamun at one misfield. Mamun with that flick and those 2 straight hits really changed the complexion of the game. Sylhet were out of it by that time. Mamun got out to Asadullah Ghalib, and then Naeem closed it off with those big hits. Unfortunately, Naeem also got out. We'll see those replays soon, that LBW decision to Ibadat. And then Ariful getting out to Rahatul Javed. But 𝗃𝗏𝗽𝗀 was impressive as a leader, sees it off in style. Here's the match summary. Sylhet 120 for 6, Tufail with that half century, Jishan with his 31, 2 wickets each for Anamul and Arif. Rangpur 124. We now head over to the flash interview with Mazharuddin.
2 for 17 from his 4 overs. I've got... Can we go now? Yeah. I've got Arif alongside me. Arif, প্রথমে বোলিং নিয়েছেন, উইকেটটা কি একটু ডিফারেন্ট মনে হয়েছিল নাকি?
সকালবেলা থেকে দেখতেছিলাম উইকেটে একটু হেল্প ছিল, তা আমাদের প্ল্যান ছিল আমরা টসে জিতে বোলিং করব, বোলিং করে একটু আটকাবো এই।
রাইট, অ্যাজ এ স্পিনার আমরা প্রথমে দেখেছি যে টুর্নামেন্টের শুরুর দিকে এই পিচে 200 রান চেজ হয়েছিল, গ্র্যাজুয়ালি পিচটা একটু চেঞ্জ হয়েছে। অ্যাজ আ বোলার কোন জায়গাটায় আপনি কাজ করেছেন আজকে?
আজকে দেখেছি যে উইকেটে একটু হেল্প আছে, তাই একটু উপরে বল করার চেষ্টা করেছি, এতে আল্লাহ সাকসেস হয়েছে।
3 ম্যাচে 3 উইন, অ্যাজ এ টিম মাস্ট বি ডিলাইটেড।
ইয়া, ফ্যান্টাস্টিক ফিলিং।
Thank you very much, well bowled, and all the best for the next matches.
Thank you.
Back to the com box.
𝗂𝗏𝗄𝗏 with one of the cricketers who also performed for Rangpur in this match. So Sylhet, the innings summary, 120 for 6 from their 20, all thanks to 𝗃𝗏𝗄𝗽's 51 not out. But Rangpur, with their bowling, did pretty well. Couple of wickets for Hawk and Arif Ahmed, Alauddin Babu chipping in with 1. The match results for day 3 of the NCL T20. Chattogram winning by 10 wickets in the opening match here. And then Rangpur winning by 5 wickets. The match that recently concluded over at the outer stadium. Dhaka Metro keep their winning trend, winning by 6 runs. And Borishal winning by 5 wickets over Rajshahi. Some blockbusters coming up tomorrow on a Sunday. It's Rangpur versus Rajshahi from the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium, followed by Chattogram versus Borishal. And then it will be Dhaka versus Dhaka Metro from the Sylhet Outer Stadium, followed by Sylhet and Khulna. It's time for the presentation now. Mazhar Rami is down there.
It was rather a one-sided affair where Rangpur go on to win by 5 wickets, beating Sylhet division. Congratulations to Rangpur and hard luck to Sylhet. Hello and welcome to Al-Arafa Islami Bank presents NCL T20 2024-25, powered by Walton in association with Lily and Ace Properties. First of all, let me introduce to our guest today. We have MD Sajjad Hussain, Additional Director, Walton High Tech Industries, alongside Mr. Mohammad Mahmudur Rahman, Managing Director, Oriental Shopping Center, Sylhet. Thank you for being with us, gentlemen. Right, first of all, I'd like to call upon Sylhet Captain Mahfuzzur Rahman Rabbi to come up and have a few words, please. Rabbi, শুরুতে 120 রান একটু কম মনে হয়েছে কিনা?
জি অবশ্যই আমার কাছে মনে হয় যে 140 to 150 রান হলে হয়তো বা ম্যাচটা আরেকটু অন্যরকম কিছু হতে পারতো।
3 ম্যাচে টানা 3 হার, অ্যাজ এ ক্যাপ্টেন এখান থেকে ঘুরে দাঁড়াতে হলে কোন কোন জায়গায় কাজ করতে হবে?
আমার কাছে মনে হয় যে আমরা বোলিংয়ের জায়গাটা বা ফিল্ডিংয়ের জায়গাটা আমার কাছে আর একটু মনে হয় যে অনেক ইম্প্রুভমেন্টের অনেক জায়গা আছে। তাছাড়া আমরা ভালো ব্যাটিং করতেছি, হয়তো বা এই ম্যাচটা একটু কম রান হয়ে গেছে, বাট সো ফার আমরা টুর্নামেন্টে ভালো ব্যাটিং করে আসতেছি।
Hard luck and all the best for the next matches.
Thank you.
Mahfuzzur Rahman Rabbi, the captain of Sylhet division. Right, now it's time for me to call upon the Al-Arafa Islami Bank player of the match. We had quite a few contenders, but it's Naim Islam for his 50 of 35 balls is the player of the match. Naim, if you please come up and collect the check from our guest and also a crest as well. Well played, Naim. First of all, that wicket was not that easy. How did you construct the innings?
Yeah, when we was bowling, that time we saw that wicket is bit tricky today. It's not as usual last 2 days. So we just think if we can restrict them as early as possible, that will be easier for us to chase it down.
You're a veteran in Bangladesh cricket, playing cricket for a lot of years now. What motivates you?
No, I just like to perform well. In my every practice session, I want to improve myself. So I just want to do better every day.
Thank you very much. Well played and all the best for the next matches.
Thank you very much.
Naim Islam, the Al-Arafa Islami Bank player of the match. Right, it's time for me to call upon the winning captain, 𝗂𝗏𝗃𝗃 to come up and have a few words, please. 𝗂𝗏𝗃, well played. First of all, a good toss to win.
Yeah, I guess it was a good toss to win because we thought that wicket was not that easy, and we saw in the first game as well.
3 wins in trot. You must be flying.
Yeah, it's been good feeling because, it's always to have wins under your belt, so good feelings.
You have that natural leadership in you. What are the areas you talk to the dressing room, to the players, to bond the team?
I guess in our team, players are very professional. There is not that much talking, but of course we do talking in the areas we need to improve or the areas we're gonna implement in the match. So those are the simple meetings we have.
Thank you very much. Well played, and all the best for the next matches as well.
Thank you.
𝗂𝗃𝗃𝗃, the captain of Rangpur. And that concludes the presentation party here. Back to the box.
Nice words there from the player of the match, 𝗚𝗚. Rangpur made a pretty easy run chase in the end, chasing 121 to win, 124 for 5 in 15.4 overs, led by 𝗚𝗚's 50, Abdullah's explosive 29, and Tanvir's contribution as well. Fixtures for tomorrow: Rangpur versus Rajshahi on the 15th of December at 9:30 here at the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium, followed by Chattogram versus Borishal, and the Sylhet Outer Cricket Stadium, it's Dhaka versus Dhaka Metro, followed by Sylhet versus Khulna. Welcome you all for the next match day, and it was a fun day here at the Sylhet International Cricket Stadium. Till next time, it's goodbye.